Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
show me just what you got. Turn around, don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah, yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. Yeah, yeah.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 3D Motion Show. Now, I would like to welcome everybody, and I'm sure a lot of you are excited about the new announcements. So let's go ahead and take yesterday and today and switch them and pretend today is yesterday, because we're going to be talking about all the R25 new features today that you've wanted, well, probably yesterday, but today is yesterday. So let's deal with it. We have our sponsored presentation coming up for you guys today, and it's going to be showcasing some of the new things in Trapcode. So for those of you who are longtime Trapcode particular fans, this one's for you. But we're also going to be showcasing some of the R25 new features by our very own Rick. We have a nice little video for that if you guys haven't seen that right after the presentation from Nick, and then we're going to go into a number of presenters throughout the day. So you're in for an action-packed day of new features and what's new in R25. So let's get started with our Dell-sponsored presenter of the day, Nick.
Hi, I'm Nick Haraz. I'm a Maxon Red Giant Master Certified Trainer, and I'm here on behalf of Dell to present you 5 things I think you should know about Trapcode Particular, as well as its workflow with Cinema 4D. Now, I've had my hands on this Dell Precision laptop, the 5750, has 64 gigabytes of RAM, not to mention a NVIDIA Quadro 3000 RTX, which makes my After Effects workflows with Trapcode very quick when I'm on the road, not to mention at home. One of the things coming as a Mac user that I was hesitant about PCs was the fact of just updating the software. These processes that Dell gives you with their software, not to mention the software from NVIDIA, has made this process much more seamless. On top of that, one of my favorite applications is the Dell Precision Optimizer. Now, this allows you to pick up to 5 applications on your system, and with the help of machine learning, it's going to then give resources to those apps that you use in your workflow, taking the guessing game out of it. So let's hop inside of After Effects and see some great things about Trapcode Particular. Very excited to show you what's new as well with form-based behaviors. Over the past few years, hundreds of additions have come to Trapcode Particular. Last year, the entire physics engine was redeveloped that allows us to work with new environment properties, not to mention have some incredible physical simulations such as flocking and meander. Now, the tradition continues in the newest version of Particular, where we can now mix particular and form behaviors all within one umbrella. Rather than add particular and form to separate layers, we can choose a behavior option that allows us to switch between static particles and particles that are emitting right away continuously. These 5 tips are designed to give you information about working within this new particular, as well as integrating it with Cinema 4D. Let's start out by looking at the designer. You're going to get several tips here before we move on to the next 4. I'm here inside of After Effects, where I've added Particular to a solid in a composition that's 1920 by 1080. With my Effect Controls panel selected, I'm going to press D to go inside the designer. I still see the default emitter, but the experience has changed to much more visual than that inside of After Effects. This can be seen by the various blocks that are located at the bottom of the window, where we can simply select a block such as motion and see a minimal amount of parameters populate on the right-hand side that we can then adjust. But to get even more visual, let's go inside and see some of the presets. If I press P for presets, I'm presented with a number of categories available to me of single and multi-system presets inside of Trapcode Particular. In fact, you can have up to 16 presets under one particular effect. I've single-clicked the motion graphic category, where there are over 100 available. I'll scroll down within this motion graphics section and let's select the electric sparkles preset. I want to temporarily close the preset window so we can preview this series of 5 systems that pretty much remain static in the middle of the screen. Now, we could go inside of After Effects and attach this to a null or even have a lighter emitter do something similar. But before we start to keyframe that, keep in mind in the designer, we can preview the motion if this emitter was in movement. So if I click and drag, all of a sudden I see what would happen if I moved these particle systems, getting much more feedback before having to keyframe. I'll release my mouse just to go back to that original system, and let's press P for presets once again. I'm going to scroll up and close down my motion graphics section, and you'll see here that there are several new sections that have been added for the newest version of Trapcode, including example scenes, which combine both form as well as particular systems that can be seen here if I single-click the self-reflection preset. If I once again close out the preset category, we see that this has 4 systems. Most of the systems are form-based systems referencing a 3D model. However, one of them is emitting from the model in a particular fashion. This was not possible in previous versions of Particular. If I draw your attention to the bottom left-hand side, notice that each of these systems are also named and colorized. If I click on the arrow on the right-hand side, you have up to 8 color labels you can choose from for your particle systems. And of course, you can name them whatever you want. If you had just created the system, all you have to do is click this Save Multi-System icon, and this is now going to save that in a custom preset folder available for you. I'm going to head down to the bottom right-hand corner of the interface to click on the gear icon to load my preferences and show that you can use 2 different types of computer acceleration. In my instance with my Dell computer, I can leverage my system's CPU or my NVIDIA GPU to render particles, such as if I'm referencing a sprite as my particle type, I can then choose a type of particle rendering. Direct is going to be a little bit more accurate versus streaming, that's going to render in batches of particles. So I'll just select that and press OK, and then just click this reset arrow to go back to the default version of Particular. I'll once again hop into the presets category, close out the example scenes. I'll head into the spline primitives category, and let's select the ring emitter preset. Now that I've closed the presets, and if I select the primary system, I can get a sense for how this system is working. In fact, anything grayed out means that the block is currently not in use, where anything that is highlighted, such as color, we can see that it is in use by this particle system. Notice if I single-click System 2, how some of the blocks change based on the various properties or settings of another system. Now let's go to the color block of the primary system, and then just press B to notice that we get a bunch of block presets that we don't have available inside of After Effects, such as our ability to change this to a color such as cider mill. And we see that that updates right away. In fact, our secondary system, which you can solo by Option or Alt clicking, also adopts to the color of the primary system. This is because its emitter type is set to emit from parent. And under the color block, the color from parent is being absorbed 100%. In fact, if you set this to 0, this emit from parent system would be white. Now there is another way for us to get it to absorb the properties of the primary system. That involves just deleting an actual particle block. What this does is it makes system 2 now absorb the colors of the color block from system 1. This is referred to as inheriting block settings and reminds me of node-based workflows. This can also be used with other blocks inside of the designer. Let's go back into the presets category and go to the motion graphics section, where I'll scroll down and select the Ember Trail multi-system preset. This time, I'm going to apply this so we can get to our second tip. Now that I'm back in After Effects with this Ember-based preset, I'm going to click on the Show Systems category and make sure my primary system is selected. It's here where I'll go to the emitter section and see that there is a Create Null button. Once I click on this, several properties are now going to be collected to a null layer that has been added to your composition and has been made 3D. You should note that this same feature has been added to Trapcode form in this release. So now that this has been created, I could press P for position and keyframe out a motion path. We'll note that 3D layers do not work with Motion Sketch. However, if you temporarily make the null 3D, and then go to your window menu to bring up your Motion Sketch. I'll actually dock that Motion Sketch panel to the right of the composition window. I can click Start Capture and then start to draw a motion path. While this isn't the most incredible motion path I've ever drawn, if I click on the 3D icon once again for the null, then click off the null and press the spacebar, we can see that that preset now follows that null object because the base emitter and several of its properties are connected to it. Speaking of moving items, we can also take advantage of having particular be attached to lights. But why not use the power of splines in Cinema 4D, attach lights to those splines, and then reference it inside of After Effects? So I'm here inside of Cinema 4D in the new standard layout. First thing I'm going to do is add a primitive over here on the right-hand side. I'm going to select a sphere. And with the sphere selected, under the Attributes Manager, I'm going to go to the Object tab, lower the segments of the sphere to 5, and choose the type to be Hemisphere. Under the Coordinates tab, I'm just going to change the P and B rotation. I'm going to set the pitch to 90. I'm going to set the B to 200 degrees. Now I actually want this hemisphere to be a series of splines. In order to do that, first of all, I'm going to make this object editable by pressing the C key. Making sure that I'm in edge mode, I'm going to select one of the edges and then press Control A or Command A to select all of them. Since I don't remember where this menu option comes from, I'm going to press Shift C to bring up the commander, and I'm going to type in the word edge. What I'm looking for is the edge to spline option, and once I double click, we can see that there's now a plus icon next to my editable sphere containing this sphere spline. I'll drag out that spline outside of the editable sphere and delete it because we don't need it. And now I'm going to add a light to the scene. I want my first initial light. I'm going to right click it and go to the animation tags where I'll add an align to spline tag. I'm going to have this align to spline reference the only spline within the object manager. I can see right away the light moves, and I can use the position value to move it across that spline. I want this to reference all 5 segments of the actual spline. So I'll take that light, I'm going to duplicate it 5 times. Now on each of these align to spline tags, I'll just simply increase the segments so that each light references one of the 5 segments, numbered 0 to 4. So each of those lights are in different positions. Now it's all about keyframing the light align to spline position value so that these lights move over time in the 90 frames of this project. I'll head to the align to spline tag on the first light, and on the 0 frame mark, I'll add a key next to position, have this keyframe for just 30 frames, setting the position value to 100%, and then clicking to add another key. I want to repeat that on each of the other lights. I'll move to 10 frames in this case, select the align to spline tag on light 1, add a key. Let's now move to the 40 frame mark where I'll make the position value 100 and add another key. I'm going to repeat this by moving 10 frames forward each time and then animating the align to spline tags after 30 frames. But let me fast forward and catch up with you. Now I've just rewound my project. I'm just going to play through it so you can see that each of these lights are animated. Let's just do a little bit of housekeeping to make sure that Particular is going to see this. First of all, I'm going to switch from my new R25 layouts to the previous layouts in Cinema 4D and go to the Animate layout. Here in the Animate layout, I'm going to switch from my timeline to the F curve. Make sure all the keyframes are selected for each of the align to splines and press Option L to make them linear. I'll tab back over into the dope sheet, and I want to make sure that the align to spline tag is baked with the light. To do that, I'm going to select all of the lights in my object manager and drag them into the dope sheet. With these lights still selected, I'll head to the Functions menu in the Timeline tab and choose Bake Objects. I don't want to create a copy in this instance, I just want to get rid of the previous lights, so I'll deselect that. But I will choose to bake expressions and also include all parameters. Once I press OK, these lights, or new lights, now have keyframes attached to them, and this is what we need for Particular to see this. Now the final little piece is to go to the File menu, choose Save Project for Cineware, where I'll save it to the desktop, calling it Hexagon Lights. Let's choose Save. Inside of After Effects in the project panel, I'm going to double click to bring in that Cinema 4D file called Hexagon Lights, and then click and drag it into a new composition window. The changing of viewport does not matter for this. All we need to do is actually click the Extract button, where we're going to get the Cinema 4D camera and the 5 lights that we keyframed. If we select any light and press U, those keyframes for the actual path of motion was included. I'm going to remove the Cinema 4D file altogether. Let's go to the Layer menu and create a new solid, followed by adding Particular to it. We don't see Particular right now if you play back because we have this camera from Cinema 4D, but if I disable it, you can see that default Particular. I'll turn back on the camera and just go to the emitter section, where I'm going to change the emitter type from points to lights. Particular is looking for lights named emitter. We can easily change that by clicking on the Choose Name buttons and setting it to something like light. And all of a sudden, all chaos breaks loose. This is for a few reasons. One is that there is a default emission size set to 500 pixels away from the actual light. Let's press 0 to minimize that value, followed by 0 on all of the velocity values under the emitter tab. And the minute that we do this, we start to see from the beginning of the project the creation of our little hemisphere and those 5 segments. Let me close out the emitter section and just go to the particle section, where we'll do a few changes. We're going to set the initial size to 1. We'll go into the opacity over life options. I'll expand the effect controls window, and we'll choose a preset here in the graph to fade these particles in and out. If you press D to go back into the designer, inside the designer you can still see your Trapcode light, but because of the world coordinate differences between Cinema 4D and After Effects, it's just not quite showing up here on your screen. But the minute I press C, I have access to a camera tool inside of the designer. I'll press C again to get the dolly tool, and C to switch between the tools and get this right in place so I can see that particle emission. So as we've learned, I'll just select the color block and press B to reveal all of the preset colors. Let's just choose electric for the color of our particles. And in fact, also go to the particle type block, where I'll press B to close those presets. Just make sure a blend mode of add is chosen so we get a bit more brightness there with our particles. I'll name this primary system hemisphere, press OK, give it a color code of blue, and in fact, I'm also going to duplicate this hemisphere system. If I head to the emitter type, under emitter type, I get a new value, which is to actually emit particles from the parent system. This is the new aux system if you've ever used that. Now these particles have the same motion block as the primary system, so they're not actually moving in terms of their velocity. What I can do though is go to the environment block and start introducing some physics. And in fact, let's add a wind value of 500 to our secondary particles. And rather than have these or follow these straight lines, we'll just add a little bit of turbulence. So I'm going to set the turbulence value to 30, as well as increase a bit of the air density to have them move a bit more erratically. We have an interesting starting animation from a series of lights, and I'll just head back now to the emitter type, where I'll change the emit probability of the secondary system to a value of 15, just so that we don't have an emission off of every single one of our primary systems. Now I want to fast forward to a more developed particle system here. I've added a universe spectralicious effect as a background and just played around with the depth of field of the native After Effects camera, and also on an adjustment layer added some chromatic aberration to the edges here, universe's chromatic aberration, to create this effect. Now that we know about attaching lights to splines in Cinema 4D and then referencing them in After Effects, it should be noted that at any point in time we can select a 3D model as a base emitter, not to mention use a new emitter behavior such as classic form. This allows us to have static particles. Now if I go to the Choose Model section, there has been a new addition of 29 Cinema 4D models that we can use as a base emitter for both static and moving particles. In this example, I'll just use a palm tree, and to quickly populate the palm tree, I'm going to make sure that the distribution is on a grid. This is sort of the combination of the grid emitter, not to mention the ability to have particle density on form-based behaviors. So here it's the edges from the particles that are selected, but I can choose vertices, faces, and volumes, not to mention lower the particle density, as well as go to the size block and make sure that the particles are indeed smaller. The Trapcode library of 3D model emitters only contains static models. That's not to say that it can't reference an actual animated Cinema 4D model. I'm going to cancel out of here and head to Adobe's Mixamo. I've already selected a character, and instead of using Mixamo to drive the animation with one of the presets here, I'm going to rely on Cinema 4D to do that. So I'll just download a T-pose of this existing character. I'm now inside of a blank Cinema 4D project where I'll head to the File menu and choose Merge Project, going to my Downloads folder where I will select that FBX file from Mixamo that I just downloaded. I'll choose Open, press OK to select the default settings, and make sure to select No Reassign Including Takes. I can see now that my character populates in the middle of my scene, and just to see it a little closer, I'm going to press the H key. In order to have some animation attached to this character, I'm going to click on the standard layout and then go to the asset browser here at the side in order to select some motion capture presets that are included and available for download. I'll click on the plus icon to reveal the motion capture folder and then go into the walking category. Here in the walking category, there are a few to choose from. Just to see this better, I'll make the size a bit bigger and then use the slider here at the bottom so that we can see the names a bit more clearer. I'm going to choose the pacing loop and just drag that directly into my object manager and click on the asset browser icon in order to close it. So right now my Mixamo character is still static while my motion capture data is in fact moving. On my Mixamo rig, the hips here, I'm going to right click and let's add a rigging tag called character definition. With this tag selected in the attributes manager, I'm going to choose to open the manager and let's extract this Mixamo skeleton. Cinema 4D does this quickly and we get some feedback at the bottom left-hand corner. Now that we've extracted the skeleton, with this rig still selected, I'm going to right click to add another tag from the rigging tag menu called character solver. I want the character solver to reference the character definition tag of the pacing loop null. So I'll select that and then just drag this other tag in. Voila, my character is in movement. Excellent. Now I want to make sure that all of this data again gets over into After Effects where Particular can reference it. First of all, I'll just take all three of these items and press Alt-G to place them to a null, where I'll call this character. Let's go back to our old layouts by clicking on the button and choosing the Animate layout. I'll select all three of those items, just drag them into the dope sheet. And just like we did with the light, run a function here, bake objects. Just for safekeeping, I want to create a copy of each of the things I dragged into the dope sheet, and all of these options that you see here are checked. I'll press OK to begin the baking operation, and we should see under the null now the 3 copies. Now, if all is successful, I should be able to delete anything without the word copy and still see the actual Mixamo animation. Also some feedback here that each of these items does in fact contain keyframes. Let's go to the File menu, and like we did with our lights, save our project for Cineware. I'll call this Mixamo Man for Particular and press Save. In the project panel in After Effects, I'll double click to go select my Mixamo Man for Particular and choose Import, and then just drag the Cinema 4D file in a new composition. We should see that that updates and we can see our character, but let's just change the render of the viewport to current so we don't see all of those overlays. There's our lovely guy. And to make sure that Particular aligns with our Cinema 4D world, let's extract the default scene camera that's included. I'm going to create a solid to place Particular on, followed by the Particular effect on the solid. Because the world coordinates aren't matching up, I'll turn off the Cinema 4D file temporarily and the camera so that we can see that the Particular default setting is here, just not aligning with the 3D world just yet. Now turn back on the camera, and under the Particular layer in emitter, let's choose emitter type of a 3D model and choose a actual emitter behavior of classic forms so that our particles remain static. Again, this is best for working with fields and emitters that animate over time. To choose it, we can go to the Model Emitter section, and then from the drop-down, select the Mixamo Man for Particular. Now, the world of Particular and Cinema 4D are still not aligned until we deselect this Normalize option. Once we do, we should start to see our Mixamo character. If I turn back on my Cinema 4D file and then move to another frame, those particles are sticking to our Mixamo Cinema 4D file, and they live within the same world space. I'll turn back off that Cinema 4D layer, and as we did with a previous model, I'm going to scroll up here in my emitter section to the distribution section, where I'll have all of these particles on a grid, so it fills the object, and then choose a much lower particle density of 20. Then I'll close out the emitter section to go to the particle section, where I'll decrease the size of each of these particles to 1. Now we start to get a little bit of a look here with our Mixamo character. I'll set the color to be radially, and under the color gradient properties, choose the blue preset, followed by clicking on the randomize button just to try out a few different gradient options until I'm satisfied. Now with setting up the form system, I'll go to the show system setting and add yet another system. Like our first system, we want it to be a 3D model. And just so that you can see everything that's happening, I'll head back here inside of the After Effects composition, where I'll go to the Model Emitter section of System 2, select the Mixamo Man from Particular, make sure that the Normalize is deselected, just like the first system, so that those particles are emitting in the same world space of the Cinema 4D camera that we extracted from Cineware. I'll now scroll up. I'll choose to zero out each of the velocity values for my secondary particle continuous system, close out the emitter section and the particle section, and then go back into the designer for just 2 more steps. Step number 1 is I want my secondary system to have the same color values as my primary system, so I will delete that block. The next thing I'll do is also add an additional block here, an environment block, and set that to a turbulent position start. We can see here that there is some turbulence affecting the particles, and I also want some wind to affect the particles, so I'll set that to a value of 200. Then I press apply, where we'll see those changes reflected with the secondary system. We've got our first system, which is set to a form behavior, so our particles are static, and a second system emitting particles continuously from the same 3D emitter, absorbing the color of the first system, some environment physics such as wind and turbulence, which are causing these particles to emit off the surface of the subjects. And those are 5 tips from Particular. I want to thank Dell for allowing me to present here at the 3D Motion Show. And I just want to say, have fun exploring Trapcode Particular.
Welcome back to the show. I'm here with Nick. Thank you so much for that great presentation, Nick. This is, man, the stuff in Particular always blows my mind. There's so much in there, and the new enhancements are super exciting because I love working with Cinema and Particular, and anything that integrates it a little bit more just makes my day. So thank you for that.
Oh, no problem, man. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Matthias. Like the changes that have happened in Particular, starting like since December last year, where they totally redid the physics engine, and now kind of taking the guessing work out of form in Particular, having that in one place. It's really nice.
Well, let's talk hardware, because that was one of the questions, and Dell is our sponsor for this. And for those of you who don't know, Dell is actually going to be raffling off, and this is, just keep tuning in and make sure you've signed up at 3D Motion Show. You'll see 10K in prizes right under the video. Click on that and you'll be able to see, but make sure to click sign up, because then you'll be signed up and entered to win one of the Dell Precision 5750 mobile workstations that, you can pretty much run Redshift and everything else. And I do have a Precision as well, but let's go over your specs, because someone was asking about that. So I'm going to toss those in the chat right now so you guys can all see what are the specs and how things have been working for you on that machine.
I'm super impressed with this machine, especially using it with After Effects and Trapcode, where particularly my focus is. And the machine that I have is a Precision 5750. So it has 64 gigabytes of RAM, which is fantastic for working in multiple applications. I tend to sometimes also go to Premiere Pro and do some work in there as well. And the other thing to this, I have a terabyte of storage and a very fast SSD on the system. But the NVIDIA-based graphics card I wanted to mention as well is fantastic for being able to support some of the modern-day GPU workflows that you're seeing across the Red Giant products.
That's huge, and one of the things is we're giving away that laptop. So that's one of the cool things. I mean, it's like a $7,000+ laptop. It is super high powered, folks. It's really a mobile workstation. You can work on projects on the go. I mean, I've used mine for my last road shows back in the outside time in the long ago when we used to go outside and travel and things like that. This thing has been with me, and it's a beast. It really, I can throw anything at it, and I've never had a problem. So super powerful, tons of RAM on the video card as well. So your heavy scenes, it breezes through it. It's super impressive. So anything else people should know, like in their workflow or just when they're working with Particular in Cinema, that they should keep, top of mind?
I think that the designer, if you've been working in Particular for a very long time, including myself, there's a tendency to want to do the majority of your work in After Effects. And part of my presentation was in regards to just giving the designer more of a chance and starting off from there. You've got your presets. You've also kind of can see the gateway to Cinema there. Now that they've added 20+ Cinema 4D presets that you can use for your 3D model base inside of Particular. Not to mention that the time that they've spent in also adding like 80+ Particular or particle systems for you to play with, it just gives you a great vantage point in what's possible. Because being in a visual field, and just like inside of Cinema 4D, where you want to have access to the asset browser to see everything that's available, this is your gateway to see everything that's available in particular. So I highly recommend giving that the starting point of your workflow, going to the designer and exploring what's there, both to people who are advanced as well as people just starting out.
That's awesome. So I did have a question come in. It's somewhat of a personal question, but what's your favorite color?
My favorite my favorite color.
Hey, the audience wants to know. I am here for the people. They want to know your favorite color.
I want to stick with two colors, teal and orange, because I gotta work with Simon Walker. I can't decide between the two.
Okay, the complementary.
You know,
the battle of the complementary. I like it. I like those. That's a quality combo. I think every interface is just. Yeah, I mean, you start off with that. If you can go somewhere else, fine. But I think that's the basic UI colors.
Yes.
Yeah. So all things UI. That's
Standard
awesome.
Teal and orange. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Nick, thanks so much. I'm sure there's going to be more questions along the way. Where would people be best find you, and where can they find more about what you share in the world of particular and all the tutorials and fun stuff?
What I do a lot of things on the Maxon training team page on YouTube. I'm a big fan of the 20-second tips I put together, and that's going to be starting up again next week with some of the new features across all of the Maxon products. If you're looking to get in touch with me on social media, @ClipsandHandles on Twitter, or you can also GM me on LinkedIn as well. Those are two great places to reach me. Just do a search for my name.
Awesome. Cool. I'll toss that in. So my team, if you guys can grab Nick's info and just toss that in the chat so people can have it, they can follow him for more tips and tricks, and also to that training page, just so everybody here can make sure they're aware of it and they can bookmark it for all those updates. Now, one of the things you did mention is new features, which is great because we're all about new features, R25, because today is yesterday. Today is launch day. So we're going to be taking it over to Rick to check out some of the new R25 features. And once again, thanks to our sponsors, Dell, for this session. So thanks, Nick, and we'll see you guys right after this with Rick.
Bye, guys.
Cinema 4D Release 25 is here with a fresh look and a fantastic set of features. Let's explore the highlights in the fall release. Cinema 4D R25 makes the best user interface even better. An updated scheme and icon set offer a fresh modern spin on Cinema 4D's classic look. This new look is designed to intuitively communicate what's important, while minimizing distractions to put more focus on your artwork. New dynamic palettes change their content based on the current document mode, the active tool, or the active object. The Asset Browser, Timeline, Coordinate Manager, and Material Manager all fly out from hot corners around the viewport. These enhancements to our GUI technology power new layouts that make great use of space and ensure that the tools you need are always close at hand. I've always loved that Cinema 4D allows you to easily switch between multiple projects, making it easy to copy and reference other elements. Now it's even easier to see what files you have open and switch between them thanks to browser-like tabs at the top of the window. Another great new usability improvement comes in the Attribute Manager's many numeric entries. Often you need to enter a specific value, but usually you just want to tweak things a bit. And now you can just click and interactively drag any numeric field to change the value. To mix a bit more precision with your creativity, click into the field and use the up-down arrows. The position of the cursor will determine the precision of the change, so you can easily dial in changes that are both big and small. The Asset Browser introduced in S24 offers easy access to your own objects, materials, and other assets, in addition to a huge library of content that comes with your Maxon One or Cinema 4D subscription. In fact, we've added assets every month since the launch of S24, and you'll continue to see more assets added on an ongoing basis. You can always browse what's new via the new Content Smart Search. With R25, the Asset Browser now supports presets as well, and you can search, manage, and share presets just like all the other content. Of course, there's extensive support for all your favorite C4D presets, including color swatches, gradients, cap and bevel profiles, spline curves, and brushes. There's also a new simplified browser mode that lets you easily dock a searchable palette of specific assets into your layout for easy access. Or if you just want quick access to one specific asset, you can add it directly to any icon palette. But the best part is the extensive new preset support for objects, tags, tools, and other elements with attributes. You can save multiple presets for these items and easily apply presets via a new dropdown in the Attribute Manager. Clicking this pops up a small searchable asset browser with bigger thumbnails, and you can click the crown icon to choose which preset should be applied by default. Logos and other vector art are at the heart of many 3D projects, and with Cinema 4D R25 you can natively import Illustrator, PDF, and SVG artwork. There's no need to resave files into legacy formats. Just drag the artwork into Cinema 4D. Layers, colors, stroke, and fill information are all imported, so you can use them when recreating the artwork in 3D. But it's really not necessary because transforming 2D art into 3D is easy thanks to the vector import object. You can choose how much extrusion should be added to each path and the distance between each path or each layer within the artwork. Filled paths are automatically extruded, and a sweep is applied to represent any strokes. Everything is assigned a color based on your original artwork, so you can simply apply a display color shader using Cinema 4D's standard materials or Redshift. It just takes a few clicks to turn any 2D design into 3D artwork. And if you need to make path-specific tweaks, simply activate the hierarchy mode, or you can always make the object editable to individually animate each element. We've continued to extend Cinema 4D's modern scene nodes core. But before I get into specifics, I want to talk about an exciting new option to tap into the flexibility and power of scene nodes while still taking advantage of the features and familiarity of classic Cinema 4D. When we introduced the Scene Manager in S24, there was a lot of excitement around combining the power of the new Scene Nodes core with the creative and intuitive workflow of Cinema 4D's classic Object Manager. And that's still the goal. But as we saw the excitement around some of the capsule assets that we delivered with the Scene Manager, we realized there was another opportunity to make the power of scene nodes accessible now. In Cinema 4D R25, you can now use capsules directly in the Object Manager. Capsule primitives like the 7-segment display can be added directly and used just like any other object, while capsule objects can use hierarchy and the parameters you specified to do even more. And best of all, selection and geometry modifiers can be applied just like deformers to create some outstanding procedural geometry effects. You can even add scene node templates and double-click their icons to create independent node systems directly in classic Cinema 4D. It's all the parametric power you love about Cinema 4D and the extended functionality of plugins, without the hassle of ensuring that they're installed or supported wherever you're working or rendering. The power of capsules in classic C4D really shines with the new data integration feature. With the new import data node, you can load CSV files into scene nodes and use them to create and modify entire 3D scenes. Or you can simply use provided capsules from the Maxon asset library to visualize the data in creative ways, from bar charts to pins and flight paths on a globe. This opens up powerful templating possibilities, especially combined with a new option to use a command line parameter within scene nodes. Splines are so important in the Cinema 4D workflow, and now you can create and modify splines within the scene nodes core. The spline primitive group allows the creation of new spline capsules, and a number of primitives are included, from C4D favorites like text, helix, and endside, to a few new additions like the segment, which makes it easy to create a simple line. Of course, that's just the beginning of the powerful effects and capsules you can create with splines inside scene nodes. We've also made it easier to define parametric selections for geometry modifiers, thanks to a new selection parser. You can define a selection based on existing stored selection names, indices, or a combination of multiple selection sets. We've also added new options to distribute objects along a surface based on blue noise. This allows you to arrange objects semi-randomly with minimal overlap, and it's great for representing cell packing or other natural distributions of objects along a surface. Finally, the track modifier tag makes it easy to tweak existing animation. You can adjust timing easily for an object, or an entire hierarchy, and limit the effect to specific tracks. Use the scaling to speed up or slow down animation, or the posterize mode to create a stop motion effect. The spring mode makes it easy to add secondary animation, and the smoothing mode can iron out wrinkles in motion capture animation. In S24, we introduced new simplified render settings for Redshift users, and those have now rolled out to all supported DCCs. We're now continuing to make Redshift more intuitive in R25 with some tweaks to the interface of light objects. Even better, we've added an option to quickly convert C4D's lights into Redshift. Redshift users can enjoy these integration enhancements in addition to some of the great features released in recent months, including support for Mac Metal and M1 systems, OSL, OpenColor I/O, and ACES support, and improved dispersion and caustics. So that's a quick look at the highlights of Cinema 4D R25. But the best way to experience this fantastic new update is to download and try it yourself. R25 is available immediately in the Maxon app for both Maxon 1 and Cinema 4D subscribers, and you can install it alongside any other Cinema 4D version to experience the new UI and features without interrupting production. If you aren't a subscriber and you want to try out the new features, you can start a Maxon 1 trial via Maxon app and explore all the great new workflows and technology in the Maxon family this fall.
All right, so that's some of the new things in R25, and I know there's a lot of questions and you want to see more and get to know it more. Well, the good news is we do have more. Up next, we have a presentation with the one, the only, Noseman, and right from there, we're going to jump into Q&A so we can dive deep with Noseman because Noseman knows. So we'll see you right after this presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Athanasios Pozantsis and I go by the name of Noseman. You will find me on Twitter at NosemanGR, and I have a YouTube channel under my name, Athanasios Pozantsis. But if you go to noseman.org, you'll find links to all my social media, and especially Instagram, where I don't post. So you can follow me on Instagram and I will not bother you, ever. That's a promise, until I break it. Anyhow, today's presentation is going to be about procedural modeling, and we are going to utilize some new and exciting tools. It's going to be addressing 3 levels of users, but I do think that at each level it will give everyone a bit of information. And we're going to construct a procedural model. At the end, we're going to add a very quick Redshift material to it, just to show a few more things. But basically, we are going to work initially at a lower level, showing how we can use modifiers and selections to procedurally model an object. Then I'm going to add a bit of node wrangling to show you how you can create your own modifier, which you can use in the object manager. And then we're going to go a bit more extreme, and we are going to do and add a bit of complexity to it by using the nodal system, and it will show you how powerful it is. It does have some technical little details, but there's always a cost when you want to do very complex and very controllable things. And you can decide within these 3 ranges what you will use and what you won't. And without further ado, let's dive into the presentation. The final product of what we're going to make is a procedural setup where we have the ability to change how many of these rotations we have, which is going to be the primitive we're going to use to create this, and this creates all sorts of interesting shapes. I can set this to icosahedron, I can set this to 12 segments, and you can see that every single time everything adjusts. So we get the bubbles adjusting, we get the shapes adjusting, and so forth. So very quickly you'll see that we have some of these modeling modifiers. That includes the new selections workflow and so forth. We will even go inside the node system and use pure nodes to create the internal bubbles. So let's begin from an empty scene. I have switched to my standard layout, and let's begin by adding a primitive. Now, usually we would go and add a primitive from the usual primitives. The only problem with these primitives now is that if I create one and I want to change the type, I need to go and add another one and then exchange whatever I'm doing here. I want to be able to just go in a drop down and change the type of primitive. And the good thing is that in the asset browser, if I go here and type primitive, and we need to go and find the mesh primitive. Now, I can't really read what this says, so I'm going to put it in text and make this a bit smaller. I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to find the mesh primitive. Now, if I drag this in the object manager, and mind you, this has been made using nodes. So you're seeing this new capsule technology in action right now. The good thing with this is that once you add it, and you have all the usual parameters for the primitives, you can actually go and change the type of primitive. And that is very handy if you're doing procedural setups. So I need a cylinder, and I want the cylinder to be lying on the z-axis. So let me just put this on the z. So what is the actions I want to do now? What is the game plan here? Well, I want to be able to isolate all the polygons that are facing this way, the front and back side over here, and then the rest. So that way, whether I'm using a cube or anything else, I want to be able to select these using direction. Any polygons that are facing in a certain direction, I want to be able to select them because I want to do different modeling operations on the front, the back, and the rest. The easiest way to do that is to use what we call the selection workflow. And I'm going to go here and type facing. And we have this new modifier, selection modifier, which is called select facing. And I'm going to drag it as a child of the mesh primitive. And nothing really happens because it's not really doing anything. Maybe I should change this to Gaussian shading lines for now so we can see things a bit better. In order to see what this selects, I'm going to go here and add an extrude. My typing is terrible. So I need to find the extrude modifier, or node operator, as it says here. I'm going to put it underneath this. And what you're seeing here is that this is selecting something, and this is applying that to that selected something. So what is this selecting? This is selecting all the polygons that are facing towards the plus x, the positive x, with a tolerance of 15 degrees. So if I expand this, you'll see I'm going to get even more. So that's fantastic. So let's go and select everything that's pointing on the minus z and the z. So I'm just going to click on one of the z's, and there's this nice little convenient button that will add the opposites. I can make this even smaller, just 15 degrees, and I can go and change it at any point because we're doing procedural modeling here. And then anything this does, it has this selection string, and in here we can define all sorts of different types of strings, including named selections. Now, if you're wondering what a named selection is when we select some polygons and we go to the select and we say store selection, and it creates a component selection tag, a polygon selection tag. And we can actually do that. I'm going to show you in a bit. So we can go and change our modeling operations and so forth. Now, there are some keywords here we can use. For example, if I say all, that means all polygons. If I say I want 0 to 1, then only polygons with indices 0 to 1 are going to be extruded. Now, the default, which if you right-click here and say set to default, default means if there is a selection, then apply it to the selection. If there's not, apply it to everything. And this is very similar to the way we have been modeling for years now, where I accidentally typed the number 2 in here. So let's take a cube, let's move it to the side, let's make it editable. And if I go to polygon mode and go to live selection, Now I have nothing selected, so if I press D for extrude, it extrudes everything. But if I select something, it extrudes only that. That is what we call the active selection, and this is what the default means. So let me delete this, and just remember that a lot of the things internally are very similar to the way you used to work, but with added flexibility and power. Let's go to model mode, let's go closer, and continue what we're doing. So we've made a selection for the front and back, and then we extruded it. And what I want to do now is make sure that this selection, whatever this is selecting, the front and back polygons, they're actually stored in a selection. So I'm going to go here and search for store. And we have the store selection. And what I'm going to do is put this after the select facing, because these execute from top to bottom. And what this does is it takes whatever that active selection is, so in this case, whatever the select facing is, and it allows you to save it in a component selection tag, a polygon selection tag. I'm going to name this front back. And when I click out of here, you can see this selection tag. If you select it, you can see its name is front back. And we can use this in the normal context of things. So now the extrude, although it's still applying this effect on whatever the select facing is selecting internally, that active selection, I can tell it actually to use whatever this name is. So front back, I can copy this name. I can go here and just put it in quotes. That's what you need to do. And yeah, click outside, and it does exactly the same thing, because it was exactly the same selection. If this store selection didn't exist, then nothing would happen, because then we don't have the selection stored in the little tag. So this is what this is doing. It's storing whatever was selected in the previous step, whatever was in the active selection, and it puts it in this little convenient tag. Now, I want to do something else now. I want to add another selection, which pretty much is the rest of the stuff. I'm going to call it rest, so that I can apply other modeling operations on everything that's not the front and it's not the back. What I'm going to do is, before the extrude, I'm actually going to put an invert, and it says invert selection. I'm going to put this here. So remember, there's a selection that's happening here, it gets stored here, and the same selection now is inverted. So what I can do is create another store selection. I can do this by copying this down here. I'm going to just change the name and call it other, just so that we can see what's going on. And I'm going to change this to other. So we have these two named selections now, the front, back, and the other. So what the flow of data is, we make that selection, we store it, we invert it, and we save that inverted result in this little one. So if I go to the extrude and extrude the front back, this is what happens. But if I extrude the other, this is what happens. So now I can add more modeling operations down the line, and I can reference either the front back polygons, these ones here, or the other polygons. And this way we've created a sequence of selections, and you can add as many as you want with different names, and go and target new types of polygons and so forth. Because as you can see, before I extrude, the selections I'm creating here are created on the original mesh, whatever this is. I can change this. It doesn't change the fact that these are going to be selected again every time I change the object, and it will adjust. The extrude itself generates new polygons. So if I wanted to go and do something to the newly generated polygons, then I can create more selections down here. So let me show you an example. This extrude, I'm going to make it, I'm going to make a copy of this. And I'm going to call the other ones front, back, close quotes, click here. So now we have one extrusion for the other and one extrusion for the front back. And it's good to say extrude other and extrude front back, just so that you know exactly what everything is doing. And these work independently. Now, if I wanted to do a new selection of all the polygons that are facing this way, including these new ones, I can get a new select facing, and I can copy it down here. And now this is creating a new selection, and it includes these new little extruded polygons, the ones that are facing in the plus C. And I can make this 5, for example. And I can say, let's do another extrusion, but this time I want to make it on these facing ones. So go here and type default. There you go. So this now is doing that. So you can see it's quite interesting how this goes on, allowing you to create all these interesting selections, front and back and all that. So look at that. It only extrudes the ones on the back. Excellent. So let me delete this because I'm not going to use it, and let me delete this and continue with our actual asset creation. I'm going to go back to my mesh primitive and set this to 1 and set this to 3. Excellent. And let's continue now. I'm going to go and add a subdivide. So go here and do a subdivide. And this is a very interesting one because this does what the subdivision surface generator does, but it does it as a modifier. So it allows you to do it at a specific part of the hierarchy. Now, this is subdividing now only whatever is coming from the previous active selection, but I want this to be all. So now you can see that everything is subdivided, and I'm going to turn it to smooth. So look at this. I can have more iterations here. You can see this is becoming a bit more interesting. So what I need to do now is change the actual frontal extrude. Now, if I do want to only subdivide a different part of my model, I can say just do the front back and click outside. So now we only get these subdivided. So there's huge flexibility on how you can go about continuing with this. You can do whatever you like, pretty much. I have now realized that I'm missing one little step here, but because this is procedural, I can go and fix it. What I want to do is I want to go and inset this little thing over here. So first of all, the front back, I want it to use islands. So you can see if I go and use islands, it just consolidates everything and extrudes all the polygons as one. So yeah, this was a good visual aid. So I want to go and put, before I do this, I want to put an inset in here, which is something like the inner extrude. So let's go and type inset, and I'm going to drag it in here. There you go. And it does only the others. Yep, I want this to do the front back. So quotes, front back. Excellent. And click outside. Great. And in the inset, I want to use the islands, so it only does it on the whole group as one, and I can change how much this is going to go inside. And you can see now that I'm creating this very interesting little thing. And maybe I decide that, I don't want these to be extruded as one. All you have to do is go to the inset and unclick this. And let's do that, and let's apply this to all now. And I'm starting to get an interesting looking object here, which I can go and change various parameters of it. As you can see, it becomes quite interesting. I can change its height, and none of the modeling operations gets destroyed, and that's a huge advantage of procedural modeling in this case. This is how you would go on using all these modifiers, and they are plenty, and you can keep your modeling operations alive, and you can do pretty amazing stuff just by using these. So now it's time to take it a step up and start doing some node work while we're still working with the modifiers in the object manager. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to go and create one of these modifiers using nodes. So I'm going to go in here and type geometry modifier. So let's find geometry modifier group. There it is at the top. So I'm going to make this a child of this. And if I double click, you will see that we get this node graph. Now, what exactly does this do? Well, depending on where it is in the hierarchy, so now it's last, it's going to receive the product of anything that's happened above it, just like any other deformer does in classic Cinema 4D, and these work no different. And that data is going to come in the geometry. We're going to do whatever we want to do, and then we're going to output it, and it's going to apply whatever changes over here. So although my plan is to create a selection of all the polygons that happen to be close to the 0 z-axis, so the ones that are closer to this sort of center over here with a small threshold. But because I'm prototyping now, so to speak, I'm going to create this in a geometry modifier, and then I'm actually going to put it in a selection modifier. So if you go here and type selection modifier group, so selection modifier group, that is again the same thing. It gets some geometry, you do some selection editing and manipulation, and you output the geometry that includes that selection. I'm going to use it later on, but for now I want to prototype the whole concept using the geometry modifier group. The good thing with these modifiers is that once you build them, you can use them in any scene you want. So these are 100% reusable, and why wouldn't they be? Anyhow, so let's double click here and let's see how we are going to go about doing this. Now, I do like to change my interface when I have the nodes, and usually I dock these somewhere here. I dock this somewhere here. I just want to be able to see the geometry a bit and see what's going on. And I have my nodes over here. So first of all, I want to read the data of the polygons. So in here, I can press C to get my list of nodes, or I can go here and type info, because I want to get the polygon info. Now this polygon info is what is going to get all the data. And the data, this geometry in, again, is what happened before. So now I want to go and read this data. So for each polygon, I want to get its center value. And if the z coordinate of that polygon is within a range, I want it to be the active one, whatever. I want to do something to that. So first of all, because this is a vector, it's purple, which means it's an x, y, z coordinate. I want to split this. So split, because I don't care about the others. I just care about the z. So if I do this now, you will see that we get this iterate collection. And for most purposes, this is going to work fine. It's an automatic converter that converts from an array, a stream of data, into a loop of data so that it delivers everything one by one. I'm not going to use this, so I'm going to delete that. What I am going to do is I'm going to use what's called a get element. Get element. And this get element allows us to probe any array, and depending on the position of the array, the index of the array, it will output that particular value. So the next thing I need to do is I want to iterate through this. So I need to add something called an index iterator. So go here and add an index iterator. So index iterator, there it is. And again, I put an array here, and this will output, let's say the complementary to this. It will output numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so forth. Because now what's happening when I do this, this is telling this guy to put this series of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sequentially, and output for that position in the array the XYZ coordinate. So I can take this now and split it, and over here we're going to get a series of Z values. And because it's a series, I can take each one of them and compare it with my threshold. Let's add what's called a compare node. So did I type it properly? Yeah, compare node. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to compare it to, let's say, 20. And the question now is, okay, if that 20 is met, if this is greater than 20, and actually I need to make it not greater, but less than. So if the z value of each particular polygon is less than 20, this will be true, otherwise it will be false. So I need to get all these true statements and put them somewhere so that I can say, well, the polygon indices with those numbers, because that's what this does, because the array indicates the position of the polygon within the mesh, I need to be able to make that into a selection. So how do I do that? Well, in order to create an array, you need a build node. So build. And we need to go to nodes. Well, if you click here, you will see the build. So this build node is actually a build array, and I want this array to be an array of integers, and I can get rid of everything. And this is an empty array, no problem. So I'm creating the construct that I need, which is an empty array. And then I need to go and start adding these numbers whenever this condition is met. And for that, we are going to use an append. So that's what the array is, a programmatic way of thinking of it is. So the empty array is fed in here. And now what I need to do is put some sort of value, and the value is actually the index because it's the number of the polygon I want. So this is the value. But how do we tell this to control how the append is going to do its job? We only want this append to add numbers where the polygons meet this expectation here. And in order to do that, we need the count. So if this is false, which means 0, the count is 0, so nothing is going to be added. But when this is true, which makes it 1, then one element is going to be added. So this is one of those little tricks you can do. So I need to go here and add that input, the count, and put this here. This is what happens whenever a polygon meets this expectation that its z position is less than 20, then its index is going to be added to this. The final piece to complete this is to store that data. Right? So if I say store, and this is the store selection, it's the same store selection we used here, but it works in the node system. And the store selection asks you, which is the geometry we want to store the selection on? And this is the original geometry, this one over here. And then it asks you, are we going to store any strings or anything like that? No, we want to store indices, and these indices are coming from here. And then once we export this, and go and give this stored selection a name, I'm going to call it middle. Now this middle selection, there it is, which is generated by this node graph, is available in the geometry stream, which means that if I go here and say extrude, and put this underneath here, there you go, and call this middle, nothing will happen because I forgot to put my quote. So always remember the named selections need to be quoted within the selection string. And now if I go to the compare and change the number, you will see that only polygons that have a z value under 6 or 5 all the way to the negative are going to be extruded. So let me go and confine this so that we get that symmetrical sort of condition. So I'm going to use one of these compare again. So I'm just going to command drag to make a copy. I'm going to say if the z is now greater than -6, so -6, so we can have two numbers, then, and how do we make these two work? Well, what we need to do is make sure that both these conditions are met. So when a polygon has a z value which is less than something and is more than something else. So here we just need a Boolean, there you go, a Boolean operator, and we have to AND these together. So when this condition and this condition are both true, then this is how it works. So now we have these two numbers, and this is the great thing we can do. So this is a number that indicates how far from the z in the positive value. This is a number that indicates how far from the z in the negative value, right? So what we can do is we can promote these, and we're going to propagate the port and call this max. And I'm going to propagate this and call this double-click min. And watch this great thing. Now that we've done all this, if I go here, and it's irrelevant to what else you have. I'm going to go to standard, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to click on the geometry modify group, and you can see that the max and min are now promoted on the top level. So I can go and change this and do whatever I want. And of course, because this is now a selection, it can be used in any of the other modeling operations. So I can go here and say, let's use islands, so it does that and so forth. Now, of course, you'll ask me, why did we use the selection modify group here and not this? Well, the technology is the same. They do deal with the geometry stream. It has something to do with the asset browser. The way when you search here, it will find this under selections and this under geometry. Now, if you want to put all this into the selection modifier group for good reason, I guess, all you have to do is just double click on that. You can select everything here and you can copy it, and you can go here, double click, let me turn it on, you can paste it, and just make sure that you connect everything if something's missing, so the inputs and outputs and all that. So let's get the geometry in, let's get the geometry out, and let's go and promote this, and this is max, and this is min. There you go. So we've just created a tool. I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to get rid of this. Let me make sure that everything here works properly. And you have to be very careful, because what I did forget to connect is the geometry in here, because it does need to reference the geometry. Without this connection, nothing is going to work. So yeah, I totally forgot about that while I was recording, and I thought about it, and then I said, oh, that's how you do it. And there you go. So this is how you would create a selection modifier group, and we can call it select close to Z. And it has its attributes, and it does whatever you want it to do. So I've extruded these, and let's go on top of this and put another subdivide, so we can get the subdivide and put it over here and make sure it subdivides everything. So just like a subdivision surface, and I'm going to make it smooth, and I can go to this select close to Z and expand this maybe to a value of 15 and minus 15 or something like that. And you can see that you can create some interesting objects here. So subdivide, I can go and increase the subdivision if I wish to do so, but nonetheless, as you can see, it's quite interesting. Now, the last little thing I'm going to do is I've subdivided this. Everything seems to work nicely. I want this to be a bit more smooth. So now we can even use our traditional deformer workflow. So I can go underneath all this and add a smoothing deformer. And the whole thing retains its absolute procedurality here. And you can change the shape here. You can say I want to apply this to, let's say, a capsule object. It's got a few more polygons, but look at that. I've created that, and just changing the input object gives us a totally different and very interesting result. Let me just revert it back to my little cylinder here, and make this 3 or 4, and I can grow the height or not. But nonetheless, you can see how this changes, because everything is being applied on this over there, and maybe a few more of these. In the final part of this presentation, I'm going to show you how we can go and distribute some spheres inside this object to make it look like it has some bubbles, because I'm going to make it out of glass. And we're going to use a totally nodal workflow for that. And I'm going to switch to my nodes layout. I don't need the data inspector, and I prefer to have this over here as I did a bit earlier, or even I can put it between the attributes and the object manager. And I'm not going to be using the object manager that much, so I can make some room here. Good. So here's my object, and here's my scene nodes. I need to see this scene root. The main node I'm going to use to make this, and now I'm going to use my C button just to bring up the nodes, is the distribution. And what I'm going to do is go and find the distribution operator. And this operator allows us a number of distributions. The one we are going to play with is the volume voxel fill. And this requires some geometry to create some voxels and then an object so that it can copy it. So for the object, I'm going to press C and do a sphere, and I'm going to get a mesh primitive, and it is set to sphere. I'm going to set it to icosahedron because I like icosahedrons. I'm going to put this in the op input, and the geometry we need here is basically the product of whatever we're doing here. So I'm going to drag it in, and this brings a classic object link. I'm going to make this invisible here. And because we haven't connected it to the output, that's why there's nothing being generated. So I'm going to use from this object, if I close everything, what I'm interested in currently is this op output, and I need to twirl it down and go and get the geometry. So this is just the pure geometry of what's going on here. And if I take this and put it here, you will see that we're getting all these spheres. And I'm going to go to the sphere, and let's make this relatively small, something like 2. And look at that. So we have plenty of spheres. Just to make it a bit faster, I'm going to set this to 16. And this is essentially cloning within the voxel. Now, the minor little problem here is that we get those border positions where these little bubbles are half outside and half inside. So I need to find a way to push these away from the surface. I can, of course, go and add some randomness. I can randomize these and change the size of voxel and so forth. If you don't want this to obscure your view, I think these are enough, this number of bubbles. Anyhow, how do I move them in there? So what I'm going to do is I am not literally going to touch each and every one of these spheres. What I am going to do is I'm going to contract this mesh by pushing the points inwards in the inverse of their normal direction. And I'm not going to do it here on this level. I'm actually going to do it here because the data now exists within the node graph. I can do whatever I want with it. I don't even need to output it. I can just use it to do something. And this is one of those extremely powerful things that a node system can do. So just like I did earlier, I need to go and read this data. So the way I'm going to do this is using the point info. And let's go and get the point info. And the point info conveniently takes a geometry and provides us with the point normals, so where they are pointing. And if they're pointing outwards, and I get these positions and push them in the opposite direction, that means they're going to go inwards. Fantastic. So I need to construct some sort of loop and change this geometry, push it in, and feed it back in here again. In order to do that, I need something called a geometry property set. And I forgot one letter. Geometry property set. And basically what this does, you feed it again the geometry, you put it in here, and you can go over here where it says iteration and add the point values, because here by default it's expecting 3D points. So currently it's doing something, it's just moving 1 point to 0, 0, 0, but we can't see it here because we haven't outputted it. So you will have to take my word for it. Now, if for any reason you really, really, really want to see it, we can do something. We can go and use a geometry operator and take this geometry over here and feed it out here, or just go to the scene root, add another input and put it over here. So now whatever we're going to do to this, we are going to see the reflection of that here. When I say reflection, the output of that. What we're seeing is not the mesh primitive. We're seeing the mesh primitive data reconstructed as some sort of geometry, and that being output over here. So how do we do this? Well, I need to take each point position and move it in the opposite direction of the point normal. So essentially, I'm going to subtract the point normals from the point positions, and that should move it inside. So let's go and do that. Let's go and add a subtract, because we need to subtract the value of the normals from the position. So I need to set this to vector 3. To vector, I'm going to get the position, and I need to subtract the normal. Now, again, we get this nice little iterator. The only thing with normals is that one of the reasons they're called normals is that they're normalized. They have a very small value from 0 to 1. So what I can do is, first of all, make it bigger, multiply. And this making it bigger means that I can control how far I can push them as well, okay? Because I'm getting this normal value, which indicates a direction, so to speak. And then that direction is going to be subtracted from this. And if I want it to be larger, I just need to multiply it before I feed it here. So let's quickly go and do a vector. I'm going to get my normal. And we have this little thing again. So let's hide this over here. I hope the cabling is not too extreme. Maybe I need to just switch these two positions here and make sure this goes to the top and this goes to the bottom. Anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. If you have enough space or a couple of monitors, it's going to work fine. I'm going to take this and put it here. And I need to take the result of this subtraction and put it in here. Now, what you're going to see is that something did happen, but not much, because I need to go here and do something with it. So you can see X, Y, and Z. I want to align these three numbers, so the simplest way to do that is to create a value node, and this value is a float, it's a single number, but if I feed it here, all three numbers are going to be the same. So look at that, I can shrink it, and so this is something like a displacer, but with a constant value. But because it's using this shrinking shape to generate the voxel, which in turn generates the spheres, that's why we can use it to push things inside. So I don't need to see this anymore because it's done its job. So I can always go here and say, thank you very much, Mr. Geometry Op. That's good enough. And now use this float to move things further in. If I turn this on now, I can see how far I need to push them so they're not visible anymore. A bit more, maybe a bit more, and there you go. So now they're probably all inside this little thing, and we're good to go. Now, here's the interesting part about this. Because the node graph is driven by this shape over here, if I go and change the shape, everything is going to change. Now, these little artifacts here are a product of overlapping polygons, so it's pushing them in the wrong direction. Let's just go to the nodes, and let's see if we can change something. Maybe the fill ratio or the randomization in order to get them to move, or even maybe see if a different value of pushing them will get them through. Or maybe it's too thin to begin with and they don't fit, so maybe I just need to increase the height of my object a bit. But this is not a sophisticated algorithm I've used, all right? I'm just very naively pushing them in one direction. But if you push them too far in one direction, of course they're going to go in the other direction. So just go experiment and find out how you can hide them. And finally, let's go and shade this and render this so I can show you how to use Redshift in the node context as well. And let's begin by setting our renderer to Redshift. And I like to go to the advanced and go to global illumination and set everything to brute force. I just like that. And I think we're done here. We don't need to do anything else. So let's go to our materials and let's go and create a new Redshift material. I'm going to double click on this and I'm going to go in the presets and set this to glass. And that makes me happy. I'm going to put it here. Let's add some nice little light. I don't like this black. I like to put it in hidden line. It's a bit more palatable for me. And what was I going to do? Add some dome light. And in this dome light, I'm going to add an HDR R image, press enter here, so it's downloading any HDRs. Nodes, don't forget to change this. I don't want nodes, I want media. There you go. So let's find something. I'm going to get this with the car, drag it in the texture. It's going to download it, do its little magic, and then of course I need to go and bring up my render view, and this is one of the other tests I was doing earlier, and look at that nice little glassy thing. We're going to fix a couple of problems this has. First of all, let's get the dome. Let's get rid of the saturation. I just want the lightness, and number two, I don't want to see it in the background. Now, what else? I want the glass to be tinted. So let me dock this over here so everything is nice and orderly. I'm going to go to the material, and I'm going to go to my base properties all the way down over here, and I'm going to set my scatter scale. I'm going to set it to 0.01. You can see it's becoming a bit more cloudy, and I don't want it to be white though. I want it to be bluish. There you go. We have a blue sort of tint. Fantastic. Now you will see probably one thing which is a bit problematic. Number one, the little spheres, they're not made of glass, so it doesn't exist as an object. How do we go and add a material? So let's go back to the nodes, and I'll show you how to add a material. In our beautiful nodal workflow, let me close this. We need to go and add a material operator, and you just put this before you output it. So take the product of whatever you've done and just put this in between, and when you select this, it gives you in the attributes the ability to put any material, including a Redshift material. And that's pretty much what you need to do now, but there's still one more thing. We're going to fix it in a second. So let's go and see how this looks, and I'm not closing my nodes for good reason. Now if I do this, you will see that you can't see the bubbles, and this is because Redshift uses nested dielectrics in a way that requires the renderer to know when the light is entering a dielectric medium and when it's exiting. And this will not work properly if the normals are not correctly oriented. So I need to go and reverse the normals of all this. And luckily, it's quite simple. You press C over here and you type normals. And we have reverse normals. And I think there's a reverse normals operator. So, oh, there you go. The modeling op, which has align normals. And I'm using the op stream, so I don't have to do it on the geometry. So instead of align normals, we're going to go and find reverse normals. And all you have to do is insert this in the op stream. It's just going to extract the geometry, do whatever you want. When I do this, you will see that now we're getting nice little bubbles, and everything is fine and dandy. Because, yeah, the internal objects need to be reversed, because let's say the air, which is the outside, is actually on the inside. So let's make this a bit bigger. Let's go here and sort of navigate around and see if we like this. And I like it. And the great thing about it is that it's procedural. So you can make 4. You can go to any of your modeling tools here. You can change the value of these operations. You can, let me dock it. Isn't it better when it's docked? Let me just Command or Control, click on that to fold it. Let me fold that. Let me make some more space for Redshift, and let's navigate nicely around here. And yeah, you can go and do whatever you like to this model and play around. And yeah, reach out on Twitter if you want me to share this, but hopefully you will follow along and create it by yourselves. But nonetheless, I will share it if anyone asks for it. So this is the end of my presentation, and I hope that everyone was satisfied to a certain degree.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with the one, the only Nose Man, because he knows. A great presentation, brother. That I have a lot to process. Well, that's a process, I guess would be the proper way to say it. Process.
You can always call me. You know that, right?
Yes, I know, but it's just so much right now. But the good news is, people like it. Somebody was asking if it was Houdini, but he's like, wait, no, cinema, what? So someone jumped in the chat. And I think the big question was, and we'll start off with Dave Koss's question is this a plumbus?
I have to be honest with you. When he asked that question, it was the first time I ever saw that word. We don't have cable, so I just found out the last few seconds what a
what a plumbus
is. So let me say definitely it is.
It is. This
Yes.
is the start of a plumbus.
Definitively, it is.
For those of you who are Rick and Morty fans, there it is. All right, so let's jump in because I'm sure more questions are going to be rolling. If you guys have questions, just go ahead and type them in. You can just at Matthias, and my team will take a look at it and toss it in my little notepad that I look in here as I look at your chat, and we will ask away. So we have Noseman for a little bit. So let's get to work.
By the way, if anyone needs the scene, I can offer it. So
okay.
When they rewatch the presentation, as everyone should, they're going to have something to follow. So I'm going to send a link, or even better, go on Twitter, NosemanGR, ask for it, and I'm going to give a Dropbox link, and everyone can download it from there. So you have to do some work to get it.
Wow. Nice. Okay. So look at that. Noseman starting off being generous, as you are.
Sort of generous.
Slightly generous. All right. So someone's wondering, can you use this and add loops to sharpen edges on the subdivided mesh? So I guess I don't know if they're looking to actually make it more geometric or just have more geometry instead of smoothing it out, making it more blocky. But yeah, what would you be able to do to add more loops or edge loops?
Yeah, first of all, if we're talking about unsubdivide, we don't have the unsubdivide as a node yet or a capsule. But if you're talking about targeting specific polygons to create smoothing, then the answer is yes, because unlike the subdivision surface generator, the subdivide modifier allows you to subdivide only selected polygons. And that's a great thing, because if you want to make some code that adds subdivisions only where the subdivision is needed, you can use, for the geeks, some sort of cross product to find the angles between two polygons. And if that condition is met, add those to a selection and use that selection for subdivision. So I'll tell you what the problem is with nodes, because there's a huge problem. It is the fundamental technology where you can do whatever you can imagine. And people like me, I can do more and imagine less. I'm not an artist like most people out there. So the questions like, can we do this and can we do that, at a certain point, although nodes are still in active development, become semantical. In theory, very soon you'll be able to do whatever you want. You know, you can add an expletive there if you wish, but that is the direction where this is going. And with every iteration, we're going to see it becoming simpler and so forth. And the effort now is to add capabilities, because don't forget, Maxon is rewriting Cinema 4D, right? And it's, I think, the first time when these two things can work in synergy. And I don't know if any other software has managed to do that in such a short span of time. So, you know, there's an immense amount of work going into there. So, yeah, the questions, can we do this, can we do that, is probably yes. Maybe there's a bit more work required from the algorithmic, the geeky part. But all this is evolving rapidly, and believe me, the developers are, you know, sleeping less, working more, and it's a beautiful roller coaster. This whole new technology.
Awesome. Yeah, it seems like a rabbit hole, to say the least. You can just continue to just make a mess. I kind of think of it. I don't know if you've ever been in, in school and lunchroom whenever the kids are done with their lunch, and then all of a sudden they just start making a mess with everything else. We used to call it the remedy, like just make the remedy, just throw it all together. And I feel like that's pretty much what it would be like for a while until you get a hang of it, just kind of throwing everything together. Let's see here. More questions. The question is, if you animate, rotate the orientation, in parentheses, will you break the selection tags or can they be locked?
First of all, a good opportunity to do some teaching.
Okay.
So whenever we are accessing components of objects, whether it's the point position, the polygon position, the normal direction, and all that, it's always in the local space of their parent. So if you have a mesh object, the points of that mesh, all their data is by definition expressed in local space, which means that if I rotate the object, i.e. rotate the object's matrix, as far as the points are concerned, nothing happened, right? It's just like being in an elevator and changing floors. Until the door opens, you do not know if you're in that floor. But if it opens and there's no door and there's a gap, don't walk through. But that's another story. But all the components, and this is a standard rule that applies within Cinema 4D, whether you do nodes, whether you do classic modeling operations and all that, everything, including the selections, are always relative to the parent, which in this case, the parent of the polygons is the object itself. So you will not, the little setup I did where it's checking the Z position, that Z position is the object Z of that polygon compared to the actual axes of the object. So you can move that anywhere you want. Nothing is going to change.
Nice.
And
All right.
Yeah, there is something I'm reading. If I said unsubdivide, Fritz K, which is on the forum, he is one of the developers, so he is much more knowledgeable than I am, a great friend, and I'm very fortunate to be able to talk to people like Fritz. He says there is an untriangulate node. Okay, so I don't know if it's relating to the unsubdivide that was mentioned. Is there? I could check it out. I mean, I have my computer here, and I can just check it out. I'm not going to share any screens or anything like that. But
Yeah,
I'm
check
curious.
it out while I pull
Is
up
there
that
an
next
unsubdivided?
question.
There's so much stuff. I haven't had enough time to go through everything, right? So unsubdivide, no. All right, Fritz, just make an unsubdivide. Thank you very much. I think we solved that problem.
When in doubt, just make it. All right. Somebody wants to know, how do you keep up with the latest design animation trends without being late to the game? What is your current obsession now? So those
I
are-
have a superpower that,
Yes.
I am not an artist. I do not follow any trends, design whatsoever. I'm the anti-trend guy. I'm so backwards that I'm ahead of the game. So when I was wearing my own fashion, whatever my definition of fashion was, which was 8 years late, it was actually 8 years early because all fashion comes around. So it's like a clock. A clock is correct twice every 24 hours. And that is me with the trends. I just stick with what I think, and the trends will come to me eventually. There's a finite of things you can do. So that's my
Eventually, it'll be
superpower.
6 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the night. So as long as you say 6 o'clock, it's moving in your direction.
Yep, exactly. In 12 hours or so, it's going to be there.
Yeah. Nice. I like your approach. Not wrong, just early. Just like, there you go. All right. If you want to bake your object to static geo, can you do that now?
Yeah, there's a button. It's been there for 22 years. It's called C.
Really? So someone was saying that
So,
there's a
right.
limitation in
No.
the nodes initially.
Okay, so I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this, but anyway, if you go to I'm going to say it. Maybe they fire me, but if you click C and bring up Shift C and bring up the commander, then you can do, I think it's export. I'm doing it here. So export. No, I'm going to write classic. So Shift C, write classic. And there's a hidden command called current scene state to classic. If you select that, it will convert anything that is pure scene nodes into a hierarchy. Now, it may look scary in the beginning, especially if you do distributions and stuff like that. But for anyone that wants to get into the nitty-gritty geeky stuff of nodes, it will actually give you everything with its proper programmatic name and all that. So for many people that want to get really get their hands really dirty, you will even start seeing various concepts of how things internally are put together. So it's a great learning process. Or you can select everything then and do a connect objects and delete and all that. But beware, the only way to transfer the distribution information when you clone things in nodes into the classic system is to use multi-instances. And that means you get one instance object with all the points embedded. So beware, you won't see 16 billion objects. You will see one object that has embedded the data. But nonetheless, it's fun to do it anyway. Cinema has always provided people the ability to experiment without major explosions, right? So just keep doing that. Keep experimenting. Again, this is heavily under development, and things are moving forward. The new policy that Maxon is introducing more assets much more frequently using the asset browser, which in that context was an amazing update a few months ago. We have the ability now to put out everything, including nodes, not only models, materials, general setups, but nodes and capsules as well. So this whole thing is going to evolve, and I want to invite people to offer feedback, because there's only so much inside Maxon we can do with this. We
want to
know
open
how
the floodgates, sir.
But they do need to open.
It's good. That's why I ask them questions. They're going to be giving them to me now.
Yep.
Isn't that right, Internet? So no, definitely the feedback is great. I mean, this stuff actually does get passed along too. It doesn't just go into the void of the matrix. Like if you send me a question and it's to, I'll either pass it up to Rick, I'll pass it over to one of our engineers if I know them, directly or personally. The idea is for us to keep evolving and creating more and more of the tools that you want to be able to do the job that you want, so you can be able to be more creative and be more empowered as an artist. So if you're saying something, trust me, we are listening. It's just usually a matter of resources and time to be able to get to there, and there's different priorities and a whole bunch of things that product development takes care of beyond me, but we are listening, and we do want to make it as best as possible, because a lot of us use it as well, so it's not just like we want the best tool out there. So yeah, keep sending that feedback. Another question came in. This person was late, and they did apologize profusely. First of all, they apologized profusely, so maybe your good graces can smile upon them and respond. But they're wondering if there's a node equivalent to a bool to remove geometry.
Oh, remove in this in the sense of deleting geometry,
or just like a bool. So it would actually create intersections or do the commands.
We don't have a bool node as far as I know. Yeah, but Fritz is here and he's taking notes.
Okay, so there you go. Passing that right along. You want a node? Request a node. Make Toy Story node. Make this animation better node. All right, somebody is wondering, would it be possible to make create outline tool into a modifier? Well, that's interesting. That be like create outline so from the camera position, would that be like just the outline of the object? I'm wondering, create outline tool. I haven't really used that one. Are you familiar with it?
Oh, the vectorizing?
Oh, maybe it's that one. Yeah, maybe it's the vectorizer. If you asked that question, if you could add a little bit more clarification to that, that'd be great. We can just definitely jump back in on that one. Let's see here. Moving along, the node system is my headache for a series of nightmares, as well as a deep dive into Python coding. Advise me on some good sleeping pills to decrease the nightmares.
I have something better. A lovely way I found falling asleep. It requires getting slightly familiar with the system, right? But I found that one of the best ways for me to have a good sleep is I put my head on the pillow, I close my eyes, and I try to mentally solve a node problem. Not which nodes, but the algorithmic part of it. I don't know if it works for everyone. I did hear years ago that chess players do that because good chess players can play chess in their mind. So you can be sitting with someone next to a bus and playing a chess game. My memory is terrible. I'd probably just cheat and say checkmate from the first move and get it done with. But that's what I do. You don't need pills. You just need to surrender to the thought of finding the algorithmic way. Now, joking aside, if you want to start working with more complex systems, because Maxon's aim is that for the majority of users, they won't really have to touch nodes unless they just want to. The aim is to build the scene manager and the system in such a way where anything you do on the scene manager, object manager level, so to speak, right now is automatically generating a node graph. So, but the people that do want to tap into that extra power that the nodes will offer above and beyond, you do need to start getting familiar with certain fundamental concepts. What I realized, so this is a little story. I always try to do some Python scripting and all that. I'm an excellent spaghetti coder. Spaghetti coding is when you copy and paste code. So I can read code.
I've been there.
And so for me, it's the best solution. And I do manage to make things. Now, when Kevin was developing the cache effector, in order for me to propose the idea, I prototyped using Python what I wanted this to do, to save the matrices and all that. Up until that point, although I knew exactly what MoGraph did, I had no clue how MoGraph worked. And it took me a few days to figure that out. I was asking questions to our developers and all that. I got some great help. The minute I realized, so the matrix, I saw the matrix. The minute you see the matrix, it's a snap of your fingers. You just realize what's going on. Immediately, I understood much more, many more things about MoGraph on an object level, not on a programmatic level. The programmatic level just opened a door into what's going on behind. And I do suggest, if you are people that like tinkering, if you like to make complex stuff generally, I would advise everyone to go down that route. There are very few mathematical concepts you need to know. It's a handful. It's less than 10 mathematical concepts. Dot products, cross products, that will allow you to compare polygon angles. And the functionality is already built in. Once you learn that, you just put two things in one node, and the output will determine what you want to find, the angle between two polygons or something like that. Understand what a matrix is, understand what a vector is. There are very, very few things you need to understand to get a much broader understanding of the fundamental system. And it will allow you to do even your traditional setups much better, much more optimized. So that is my advice. I am a geek. I know that. Not everyone has the time and the energy. But if you do find the time and the energy, I would advise everyone to, dip your toe into it, like I've done with the Atlantic and the Pacific. When I went to Miami, I touched my finger on the beach, just my finger. So I said, I've been in the Atlantic. When I was in LA, one November, it was quite chilly for LA standards. I went to the Pacific coast and I touched my finger. So I've touched the two major oceans of the planet. So that's what you need to do. You need to dip your toe or your finger into this vast ocean of technology, because it won't regress you. You may not move forward, but you're definitely going to learn something. And yeah, that's my advice for today.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Always with the wisdom. The wise and generous Noseman, folks. More questions, and this is kind of going back to Create Outline, because now I remember the Create Outline tool. It's been a little while since I used it. It's currently a tool where you can insert or expand a spline, and this would be fantastic for building out text titles with different extrude depths as well as widths. And I think another thing that and so that would, I guess, within the scene nodes using
that create outline. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into a modifier. They're wondering about creating it into a modifier.
Yes.
Maybe that's something looking at, because right now it's a command, so maybe that becomes a modifier. I know with text, if you're really interested in text customization, the volume builder is amazing for that, and we did. There was some, I think Jonas did something on that, really showing that in 23 or 24 as we released that, or Rick. One of them, go back and take a look if you're really doing customized text and you want to work on more bevels and chisels and all those different looks. You want to look at R23 or R24. If our team can look that up, there was a whole thing on using the volume builder with text. So somebody can find that one and get that to me. I will definitely share that for Steve in there, so you can take a look at more text. But that's noted. So create outline as a modifier.
Now, let me just expand on that a bit. So number one, the fact that we have new technology moving forward does not take away the stuff that's already there. You go to Cineversity, you find the CV splines by the absolutely brilliant, amazing, and very good friend of mine, Donovan Keith. There is a CV splines plugin that does procedural outlining. So the ability is already free for anyone that has Cinema 4D, a subscription of Cinema 4D, sorry, I want to be precise, that has access to Cineversity to download it. Now, talking about the nodes, one of the additions for this release was that we can create and manipulate splines in the node system now. So now that the groundwork has been added, you can either programmatically go and create your own create outline, because you have access to the spline information, or you can wait for someone, Fritz, I'm talking to you, to create the equivalent tool. Now, one thing, again, you need to remember is that even the tools that exist are going to evolve as we move forward, because there is some urgency to allow people to use the tools, all right? We want to put the tools in the user's hands. We don't want to have, a presentation is good. We can be wowed by the stuff other people do. But at the same time, we want to put as many tools in the hands of the artists as possible. And that has a downside, that you don't have enough time to refine certain tools to the point where they're perfect. So there's always a compromise to do there. And you have to, give Maxon a break when it comes to certain things, especially for new technologies, because the developers cannot do everything in no time. It either takes longer or it's a bit, not there yet. And I'm just asking people that we all want things, right? I'm the biggest a complaining voice inside Maxon. You have no idea.
Yeah, I would say internally you're probably the loudest voice for sure.
Yeah, but by a couple of orders of magnitude as well. I do annoy people, and I have volunteered for that, and I will not stop. So, Dave, I'm
but it's on behalf of the customer though. It's on behalf of you guys. So he's not just loud to be annoying. He's actually doing it, to actually push the quality, forward, as I feel everybody who is giving feedback. And, just on that as well, there have been changes Like there are big changes like interface and things like that, and a lot of people have come up and they've sounded really concerned with it. But once again, there is legacy mode as we're moving forward with this. There's been a lot of research behind all these different updates. Like I was screaming bloody murder. It is a lot of work that we have to do, also updating all of these tutorials and trying to get everybody up to speed. But we're finding that there are big improvements with workflow when you adopt it. But if not, you can still build your custom, profiles and palettes and everything else. So don't feel like you're locked into a new system. Some people, I see them working on systems that just look absolutely abysmal to me. They have just docs everywhere, but they're completely comfortable with it. So if you're into the classic mode or you're into something new, you can customize it, and that's one of the things that we keep. So don't panic, like, oh no, I can only work this way. It's still something that you can customize and make it work for you, because that really matters to us as artists. One more question for you before we let you go. I think actually, let's see. Yeah, what do you consider before starting a scene or project, whether you'll be going to use nodes or not? Yeah. So when you're looking at a problem, do you think like, oh, this is something for nodes or this is something for fields? What is your approach to determining that?
Yeah, I'm not the ideal person to ask that, because I don't do illegal or legal substances. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I get my let's say my endorphins and all that. My drug is solving problems. So I'll be probably the one. If it's a question, I'm going to find the simplest way, whatever that is. If someone asks me a question and I have to offer a solution, it's going to be the simplest way. But in terms of my own satisfaction, I will find the method that will give me the best, got you. That moment is what, like you, most of you artists, when you see your own art piece and you feel that, that warmth and that, depending how much imposter syndrome you have. But when you feel that warmth, for me, that comes when I solve a problem. So that's because I guess I'm a bit more aggressive as a personality. So that's sort of conquering, that's where I exhaust my my toxic character. Like, I managed to solve this problem, and I'll jump up and down and do all sorts of other things I cannot mention in public. But I'm not the best person to ask that, because it depends on the context. You need to know, you need to always use the method you feel more comfortable with. If I want to generalize this, there is no particular answer to that, and no correct way of doing it. And let's not forget that it's a Cinema 4D way, right? The Cinema 4D doesn't give you a specific recipe of doing something. So for some people, that may be too wide, but I think it's one of the most liberating things when working with software. You can do it any way you want. The way that satisfies the outcome and the way that will make you struggle less, let me put it that way, is the proper way. And there is no wrong way to do things.
Awesome. Thank you so much, brother, for being here. Always appreciate your knowledge, wisdom, and generosity.
My pleasure.
For those of you who have questions still at me, I will try and get them to my team if I can't answer them myself within the chat. But we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back here with our very next presenter, Chad Perkins. So stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
I said you heard me on the stereo, and it it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack call me a
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
I get down. I get show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah, yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
And back to the show, everyone. We are here back at the 3D Motion Show. For those of you who are tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, or anywhere else, you can find us at 3dmotionshow.com, and you can actually click sign up to get notifications of all the latest and greatest news and updates from us over at the Maxon family. Now, one of the things you should be aware of as well is we're giving over $10,000 of prizes away from our different sponsors, and prizes like our Dell laptop. That's one of the things that was shown this morning, is a presentation all done on that. That's actually my trusty steed right here, is a Dell laptop, and Insidium X Particles. So they're one of our many sponsors too. So check that out and make sure you click on the prizes and make sure you click sign up, because we're going to be starting here towards the end of the year. So we're getting there. So next up, as we speak of particles, we have some more particle magic with Chad Perkins showcasing some new things in Trapcode particular.
Hey folks, thanks so much for joining me here. In this session, we're going to be looking at the amazing new features in Trapcode particular, specifically the ones where they've taken elements of Trapcode form and brought them into Trapcode particular, because this really opens up a whole new can of worms. So we're going to be making this project here. And here we have this little star thing, this little like trophy, because you're all winners for showing up today. It's not easy to just exist currently, so this is a trophy for all of you. But if you look at what's all going on here, there's particles, and there's like this little like meteor comet thing that's going around with some smoke, and there's like this kind of like 3D trail. It's got this kind of like cool 3D scene. The fun part about this, though, is this is all happening on one instance of particular. If I go to the composition where this exists and click on the actual layer here, you could see that if we were to go and turn off this particular, there's nothing there anymore. I mean, it's all happening on this one instance of particular. So again, we have all of these systems that can now talk to each other and integrate, and you can create these really big scenes, as we'll see here. Now, I don't recommend that you would, create super elaborate three-dimensional scenes all the time with particular. I mean, that's what Cinema 4D is for, right? I mean, that's the purpose of a 3D program, is to create 3D worlds. But the point is that you can do things like that. And sometimes when you're creating particles, but either form particles or particular particles, or now both, you want those to integrate in a more whole and complete way, which now we can do. So we're going to start out by looking at how to create three-dimensional objects. Also, let me clarify a little bit. I was not totally honest. So I said that whole scene was particular, but there's actually like these little like glows. Like I took these like solid layers and blurred them. It's a small thing, but I feel like, just to come completely clean and be totally upfront, there were these glowing blobs beneath the particular layer. So now that I got that off my chest, let's talk about making 3D objects like these here, like this three-dimensional star and this base and stuff like that. These are actual 3D objects made out of particles in particular. So let's look at how to do that. I'm in particular, and I just I went ahead and applied particular. That's all I've done here. And I just have this one basic system. And I'm going to change the emitter type from point to 3D model. Next, I'm going to go ahead and click on Choose Model to open the model browser. And here we'll see the first of several new features of the day. There has previously been a geometry category in this section here, and then some also some extra models down here at the bottom. Also, if you have any custom objects that you've imported on your own through the Add New Model button here, they'll show up in a custom section at the bottom. But we've pretty much just had those sections, and now we have this new Cinema 4D area, which adds a bunch of new 3D objects that you can use as you'd like. And the cool thing, again, about using Cinema 4D files natively instead of OBJs is you can take in animation from Cinema 4D, so these become much more powerful, which I love. Now, the one I actually want to use, I'm going to close up the C4D section. The one I actually want to use is in the geometry section. So I'm going to scroll down to the S's, and I want to get the star. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the star in the geometry section and click OK to bring that in. Now, I'm going to turn off the velocity, just take velocity down to 0, and we can see this a little bit more clearly here, that we just have an array of particular particles in the shape of a star, because essentially this star becomes a particle emitter shooting out particles. But it's a little bit different now because we have form built into particular. So under emitter behavior, instead of choosing continuous, I can change this to, let's say, classic form. So now these particles are going to behave as they do in form instead of particular. Now, if you're not familiar with Trapcode form, it's a little bit different and unusual and quirky, but it opens up so many doors. So as we know, with particles systems, they are born and they live a life and then they die out. Just like little human beings. They're born, they live, and they die out. But the thing with form particles are less like, people in that way, and they're more like more like Paul Rudd, where they just kind of exist, indefinitely. Where you could go back to like form particles in a movie in 1990 and they still look exactly the same. So like Paul Rudd, form particles just kind of exist. They are not born, they don't live and then die, they just exist indefinitely. And so things are a little bit different. We don't have particles per second because the formed particles are just there. So now things change a little bit for us. And I'm going to open up the distribution section, for example, and we could put these particles on a grid if we want to. And also, I could come down here to the model emitter now and fiddle with the settings here. Now, by default, this is emitting from the edges. And because this is like a weird shape with a star, there's kind of like this weird end gun. So then there's these kind of like, divisions over here, and this doesn't look great. This is kind of visually distracting. So instead of emitting from the edges, I want to treat this 3D object like a volume and fill it with particles. So I'll take the emit from to volume, and then they fill more evenly. Now, to get even more evenness in my object here, I could open up the distribution section, put this on a grid, and that creates like a grid of particles here. And I'm going to go ahead and take now this particle density property shows up. So I'm going to take this down to 30% so we don't have as much density in the way of our particles. And now we have this object here, this like star. Take the size down just a little bit. And I could go ahead and now create a camera very quickly. And if I just kind of orbit around this, you'll see that we have an actual three-dimensional star made out of particles, which is really cool. There's a lot of really great uses for this, including making a trophy for people who are living and making it in the world today. So if I skim through the timeline here, you can see that there's nothing that happens. These particles do not live, they don't die, they don't evolve or change. They are, by default, formed particles where they just exist. Now, I'm going to delete my camera here and go back to particular, fiddle with this a little bit more. I think I'm all done with this emitter section here, and close that up and open up the particle section so we could fiddle with that here. I'm gonna take the particle size down to like 1, maybe give this some randomness so all of those little spheres aren't the same size. Let me zoom in here so we can see a little bit more clearly what's going on. And I also think I might give some randomness to the opacity as well. So we just kind of have just a little bit more of like a neon-ish feel going on. Now, formed particles really start to come alive when you change the color and the blend mode. So I'm going to select the color swatch, and I'm going to go to kind of like this like weird brown color. Stay with me, and that's not great, but stay with me here. I'm going to click OK here, and now if I go to the blend mode and change this to add, well, then this starts to come alive a little bit. We see a little bit more magic here in this star. And maybe I could brighten this up. And this isn't a beauty contest. I don't have to make this look perfect to get the point across of the 3D objects, but that's a little prettier to look at for now. Okay, so now what I want to do is make this a little bit more rich and complex. So to do that, I'm going to open up the Show Systems area, and I'm going to go ahead and add a new system. But contrary to the warm invitation from this button, inviting me to add a system, I don't want to actually click this button to do that, because if I click this button here, it's going to add a new system with the default particular settings. And I actually want to duplicate this system. So what I'm going to do is click on the word designer to launch the designer. Now we get a warning that you just saw there, warning us about the classic form, and I'll explain what that is all about momentarily. But for now, I'm going to go down to the flyout menu for the primary system, and I'm going to choose Duplicate System. Now, if you've been using Particular for a while, you've probably been playing around with these multiple system things. It's very amazing. You get a lot of powerful features from being able to create a lot of different systems. The only thing is that it's really hard to tell them apart. If you have like something on like System 7, and then you have something else on System 10 or something, it's like, what's going on? Where's my stuff? So now what you can do in this version, this is like a totally undersold new feature, but so great. So I can go to this flyout and I can click rename system. Only when you're in the designer. It doesn't work in the regular After Effects UI, but here I can go to the flyout menu, click rename system, get a little pop-up window, and I'm just going to call this main star, and I'm going to put it in all caps so that the world knows I mean business. And then I'm going to change the label color, which is also fantastic. So this is kind of like a golden color, so I can go ahead and click this orange, this kind of like golden color, and give that the label for this system. And then over here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to just rename this to star front and click OK. And then I will name or color this orange again as well. And now, because my label colors match the content on it, I can easily select visually what layers on what, and also these handy names. Now, on this duplicate, I'm going to fiddle with things a little bit, and I'll do that here in the designer. So I can click on these different blocks, which represent the different kind of components of our particle system here. And this is the same controls and stuff that we find in the After Effects UI and the Effect Controls panel. But the thing is that this is organized so much more clearly. We have these blocks. They're so much easier to see and select visually. They also have these really great thumbnails, which are dynamic and tell you what's going on with a particular property. It's just fantastic. So I'm going to select emitter type here, and I'm going to take the emitter size down a little bit more. Maybe to like 300. I reserve the right to take this down even more later or take it up, but for right now, we'll just do that. So you can see now that we have kind of like this inset star effect. And again, keep in mind, these are 3-dimensional objects. Now on my main version, I adjusted the relative position on the z-axis of this star to bring it out in front. I'm not gonna take the time to do that now, but I can go over to the particle density here, scroll down a little bit, and I'm gonna increase this to 45%, and maybe we'll go to the size rotation block, increase the size to 2. I'm just gonna adding some variation here so that we have a little bit different stuff going on here. So you could kind of have a little bit more variation and a little bit better design, I think. Now, I'm going to duplicate this star front object again. Well, not again. We duplicated the other one first. I'm just going to duplicate this one. And I'm going to rename this, which I can do now because it's amazing. And I'm going to call this Teardrop Base. And I'll give it, again, that orange color. And now I'm going to go back to the emitter type block, and I'm going to change my 3D model here. So let's scroll down, and I'm going to click on the Choose Model button. And instead of the star that we had before, I'm actually going to use this teardrop. Go ahead and click OK on that. And now we have these particles arranged in the shape of a 3-dimensional teardrop. So then what I could do is increase the Y value of this to drop this on the y-axis until this is like a base for my stars. Now I'm going to go ahead and cancel that out, and I'm going to go to the final version of this comp, making these 3D objects. And then you can see a little bit more clearly like what's going on here. So we have this 3-dimensional teardrop shape, and then there's like a 3D hemisphere that's again one of the stock models that comes with particular. There's also this like tube shape. And so what I did was I just kind of like stacked these to make this like little trophy looking thing. By now you might be asking like, okay, this is cool, but like there's no life to this. And the magic of a particle system is that, there's just like stuff shooting out everywhere, and there's just energy to it. And then if the particles are just kind of like with form, they're just kind of like here, well then like, aren't we losing some of the magic? Well, let's talk about how to get some of that magic back by putting motion into this in a few different ways. So here I have this adding motion composition where we have our good old buddy, the star, isolated. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some motion to this. Now, in my case here, this 3D object is in a duplicate system. It's not on like the parent main original OG system. It's on a new one. So it doesn't always have all of the properties of the main or previous system. And trust me, that is a benefit, a huge benefit, because when you have 13, 14, 15 systems, you don't want to have to scroll through every property that you're not using on these duplicate systems. So what I want to do is I want to open up the designer, click on the designer button, and get back to the designer here. And then what I want to do is I want to add some of this motion here. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that this is selected on the left in our systems area, and then go over to displace and click on the middle little plus icon here to add a block. And for now, we're just going to add the default field. And by doing so, even though it's like this blank thing, and nothing's really happened, there's nothing changed, it still allows us to fiddle with this later. So we can change this here, which is actually a faster way to do it. We'll look at that a little bit later because we're going to get a live preview as we fiddle with that. But also, when I click apply here and come back to the After Effects UI, the After Effects UI is updated, and now we have those properties here in the Effect Controls panel that we can fiddle with that we didn't have before. So essentially what this allows you to do now in Trapcode Particular is it uses the turbulence field from form to fiddle with particles. And typically we use that fractal field in one of three ways: to affect the size, opacity, or to displace them. Essentially what this does is it takes a black and white fractal noise map that's operating behind the scenes, and it uses that to fiddle with the particles in one of those three ways, either with size, opacity, or displacement. So that fractal field pattern can make it so that where the dark part of the fractal noise pattern is, it affects the size one way, and then where the bright parts of the noise are, it affects the size the other way. And so then you could have variation in the size of the particles based on where that turbulence field is. And this is much easier to see than explain. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I just explained that really poorly. I'm going to say that it's just so hard, but it'll make sense when we see it. So like if I go over here to like the size, for example, and I increase this value, it's basically saying how much do you want that invisible fractal field to influence the size of your particles. So maybe I'll take this to like 10 or something. Whoa, yeah, so a little dab will do ya when it comes to size. You can see we have a really big effect here. Maybe we could take that down to even just like a 2 or something like that. It's probably pretty good. Yeah, just a little bit there. But you can see where that fractal pattern, the invisible behind the scenes fractal pattern, is making its mark by adjusting the size of the particles. So these particles are smaller, these particles are bigger. But it does something different. Anytime you take any one of these properties to a non-zero number, it initiates the animation here because the evolution speed by default is set to 50. So even though I just did affect size, if I preview this, you can see that I can take a little bit of time here, but this fractal noise pattern is automatically animating here. So if I scrub this back here, you could see that this is moving. And in this way, we can bring a lot of life and motion into our particles. This is very, very exciting. I spend a lot of my time here in the turbulence field area. Again, we can, affect the opacity in a similar way. And also I'm going to undo that here, take that back to 0. And also a thing that I use is you could take the displacement in the same way. And so it's basically displacing the particles based on that invisible fractal noise map. And again, that's an interesting looking shape. And it's the 3D. You can see the 3D-ness a little bit on the edges there, which is pretty cool. And if I preview this, we can see that this is automatically animating. That's all you have to do to bring life to the particles with this turbulence field is just change any one of those three things, size, opacity, or displacement, to a non-zero number. And then here we have this like really cool like warbly starfish. That looks pretty cool. Now, because I use this all the time, I often go into the turbulence field controls. This is almost like the granular settings in fractal noise where you could really fine tune and tweak the fractal noise map. But instead of things here like contrast or whatever, there's like interesting things like, the octave multiplier and things are a little bit different here. But the scale value essentially does a similar thing to what scale value does in fractal noise, where you adjust the size of the map. But here it's like the opposite. So if I want more fine detail here, which I do, I'm going to take the TF scale up to 60. So instead of having these big warbly things, we're going to have a smaller noisy thing. Now I'm going to take the displace down to 0. I actually don't want to displace this, and I actually don't even want to affect the size that much. Well, maybe just a little bit's okay. And then I also want to affect the opacity like 3, just a little bit. And that creates this kind of like, I don't know, Vegas-y, like little flashing light thing. Because we turned up the scale and we have just a little bit of size and opacity, it's like we have just like a little bit of sparkles. It's almost like this, like our stars made out of, like, I don't know, neon sequins or something. Now, I also might want to go back to my evolution speed here, which is almost like the evolution property in Fractal Noise, right? Except it's automatically animated, which is so, so nice. And I could take this up to like 80 if I want these to really kind of twinkle more, and I do. Or I could slow this down. If I want to just like barely evolve over time and just go like really slowly undulate, I might take that way down. But anyways, this is really cool. Now, let's go ahead and do something different. I'm going to create that grid background here, and we'll learn a little bit more of what's going on here. I'm going to click on Add a System this time, because I'm going to just start from scratch, and we're going to go ahead and click on this, and I'm going to rename it, and I'm going to call this, I don't know, back wall. I don't know why I'm so unsure about that. It's not rocket science. I'm going to go ahead and change the label to purple here. And I'm going to go ahead and pause the playback because it distracts my poor little easily distractible brain. And I want to show you another way to use this new form functionality here. So in the trophy, we arranged particles into a 3D object shape. But now we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to create like a grid. So this is what makes Form a really great tool for creating user interface elements. I'm going to change the emitter type to box, and then I'm going to change the emitter behavior to classic form. Again, I haven't explained this dynamic form business, but I will in a minute when we look at how to create smoke. So I'm going to click classic form, and I'm going to go down and I'm going to arrange these particles on a grid in the distribution section. I don't want any particles in Z, just XY particles. And what I want is 24 particles in X. I want 8 particles in Y to make this XY grid. But this is not spread out the way I want. I could go to the emitter size, but because they're linked by default, it just scales up as a square. I want more of a rectangle that covers the width of the comp, but not the height. So I'm going to change the emitter size to XYZ linked, or from XYZ linked to XYZ individual. And now I'm going to, let's see, I'm looking at my notes here behind the scenes. While you're looking at my screen, I'm cheating. So I want a 3,000 pixel wide thing, and then I want 800 pixels tall there, and wide doesn't matter because we only have those particles. So now we have this like cool grid in the background. And keep in mind that with the turbulent field, we could instantly go in here and with just like the fiddling of one of those 3 buttons, size, opacity, or displacement, we could give life to this background. I'm not going to do that just yet. Let's go ahead and fiddle with this some more. I'm going to go over to particle type, the block particle type. And I'm going to change the particle type from sphere, or any one of these built-in things, to sprite. This allows me to use a custom particle for my sprite. And if you have a background in particular but not form, these sprites take on a totally different vibe and feel. When they can just exist somewhere, those weird shapes that maybe weren't super useful with particular can be really beneficial with form. So I'm going to click on Choose Sprite, and that launches my little browser here with this vast array of cool shapes that ship with particular. And so I'm going to go into the 2D shapes area, and I'm going to look for a sprite. I think I'm going to use this locator too. That's what I used in my example thing, and I don't know, I'm feeling like playing it close to the vest. So there we have that. And these particles are pretty tiny by default, so I might need to go in here to the size rotation block, click on that, and maybe bring up the size a little bit more there, and maybe add a little bit of randomness to the size, a little variation there. Then I'm going to change the color. I'm going to click on the color block, click on the color swatch, and let's get, oh, this is a Windows color picker. I am really not into this color picker at all, the Windows color picker. Doesn't do it for me. Now, as I change the color, you might be like, hey, what's the deal, bub? There's no color change at all. Well, we got to change another setting here. I'm going to go back to my size rotation, or excuse me, my particle type here. And on the particle type block, you'll see these 2 different values, colorize and color fill. You used to find options like this in this drop down, but then this drop down kind of get a little unwieldy with all those choices. So now you could just affect all that stuff here. You could choose these sprites to face the camera always, which we do. We're going to enable that. We could also colorize and color fill. The difference is not going to be visible here, but colorize tints the existing thing. Color fill just completely fills the whole shape with a color. So I'm going to increase colorize, and as I do, take it all the way to 100, you'll see that we are now dyeing our particles, this custom sprite, dyeing it this color. And again, we could go over here to the displace area, click the plus icon. Let's go ahead and add the default, but we'll fiddle with it here. I'll close up the blocks area, or click on the block to adjust it here. And then I could just add a little bit of effect size, a little bit of effect opacity. And now if I play that here in the designer, we could see the star sparkling, and we could see the size of these changing a little bit, the opacity kind of going through these background elements. Again, a very quick way to add randomness and complexity to a lot of objects at once. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel to cancel out of this. And I'm going to go over to the final version of the adding motion comp here, just to give you a taste of what I was going for. So another thing that I did was I added a floor here that consists of like these little plus sprites, and then these little square sprites alternating on that grid. And then I also added these little like green targets that are affected by the fractal field. And there's also little kind of Trapcode particular like particles spitting out. They're in the master comp. I guess they're not in this one. But there's so much life and motion. Look at this. Look how fun that is. I won't take time to render this because it's starting to slow my system down with all this turbulent field business. But, you know, this is really, really lovely. A lot of energy there. Good time. Ooh, let me show you something else. This is really cool. So if you're used to Trapcode particular, you know, one of the things that you are not accustomed to is looping. You can't really loop a particle system. If you have particles shooting out everywhere, they can't like go back to where they were at the beginning of the simulation. They kind of just go out and then do their thing. But when you have form particles that are affected by a fractal field, which can loop, then it's very easy to loop these particles. Now, again, that doesn't mean that everything in particular is going to be loopable seamlessly. And it doesn't even mean that when you're using form particles in particular, that everything's going to loop seamlessly. But it does mean that when you're using the fractal field to make changes, that can loop, and it's very, very easy to do. So if I look here at my making loops composition here, and we have this thing going around, you know, we got a bunch of action going on there. I'm going to select the making loops layer so we can see our particular stuff. Now I'm going to go to my little green thing here. That's where the targets are. And I know that because of the color coding and the labels, which I can add now, which is so amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and solo this green system, which is, again, these little targets. And as I preview this, you know, the fractal field displaces these, and the fractal field is adjusting their opacity as well. So they kind of like come and go and blink and, you know, move in and out and whatnot. And in that way, it's kind of cool because we can simulate particular. We could simulate particles kind of like emitting, because the fractal field can make them go out and then disappear. So they're not really like born and then die. They're still there, but the fractal field can kind of make them undulate and move around. So it kind of simulates like a particle thing. But again, as you see here, as we preview this, this is not a loop. This is not a seamless loop. So watch when it gets to the end, it's going to leap. Boom, it just jumps. So here's the last frame. And here's the first frame. Last, first. They do not match at all. So what I can do here with my make sure this system is selected, I go down to the displace area, which is where the turbulent field exists. Open up the turbulent field section. And then right here at the bottom, there's just a flow loop section, a flow loop option, I mean. So I enable flow loop. That's not all you have to do. You don't just do that. But then you have to just tell it in seconds how long your composition is. My composition is 4 seconds long. So I'm going to change the loop time to 4. Now, I'm going to go ahead and load this into RAM. This is not going to take too long, just a few seconds. And then watch it play back. Here it goes. It's going to loop. It's going to loop. It's going to loop. Boom. Seamless. Look at that. Look at that. So the last frame in this case now and the first frame. Look at that. Last. First. It's the same frame. It's the same frame. It's a seamless loop. It's that easy. The thing is that one thing, it is the same frame. So you are going to have a one frame duplicate of that thing, because that's just kind of how like looping works. So if you need to, there are expressions you can find online that make that a little bit, one frame shorter, or you can also just make the work area or the composition one frame shorter or whatever you need. But that's how to create a seamless loop. Now, let's get to the fun stuff, folks. We're going to learn how to make some stylized smoke and fire using these new features in particular. We're going to be creating this little fire here with form, and then be creating some smoke with the native features in particular. And I say form in particular, it's really just all particular, but I'm referring to form particles in particular. You know what I mean? Okay, so here's particular. I'm going to open up the emitter section. And again, we're going to be creating this fire. So I'm going to change the emitter type to a sphere. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the emitter to classic form. Now, keeping the emitter size even for XYZ is not going to work in this case. So I'm going to change this to XYZ individual. So I can then change the size here to 150. And then 450 and 150. So we have kind of like an ovalish thing. I'm not sure what a pill? Yeah, a pill size shape. Yeah, call it that. Now, I need to order these particles, so I'm going to open up distribution, put these on a grid by enabling this option. So we have this kind of like, this like capsule effect. And I want only one sphere layer, but I'm going to need a lot of particles here to make this work. So I'm going to change the particles in X to 250 and the particles in Y to 350. And we're going to have a heck of a lot of particles to deal with here. This is probably going to slow things down a bit because it is 250 times 350 particles, whatever that math equals out to. And I'm going to go now to the particle section, and I'm going to take down the size to 2.5. Note again that because form particles just exist, we don't have to deal with life when we are using form, or we can't deal with life. They just exist. So, okay, that looks pretty decent. Let's take the opacity down to 70%. It's still not getting anywhere. Just bear with me here for just another second, folks. I want to go ahead and change the color. I'm going to set color, instead of at start, I'm going to change this to over Y. I'm going to have a gradient go over the particles over the Y axis. And this begins a little conversation we're about to have here and there as we're making this fire about these curves. And you've seen those curves in particular, you've seen them in form. If you're not used to them from form, they do different things and can be a little confusing. So we're going to clear that up just a little bit in one moment. First of all, just know that this color is over Y, and I'm going to open up the color gradient, and I'm going to create kind of like I don't know, it's not going to be pretty. I'm going to create black on this first color, and then I'm going to create this kind of like really muddy red, because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the add blend mode. So when you add things together, especially a lot of particles like this that's really dense, you're going to get over bright stuff all over the place, and it's going to look like garbage. So you kind of have to know ahead of time what you're going for, and then make things like excessively muddy and dark and desaturated to compensate before you even get there. So let's see how this looks. Honestly, I never know, folks. I never know what this is going to look like. So I'm going to change the blend mode to add. How did that come across? It's all right. We're going to fiddle with this more later. I'm not super happy with that, but whatever. Let's just move on for right now. Okay, so I'm going to open up the displace area, open up turbulence field, and this is where the magic happens. I want to displace these particles, so I'm going to change the displace value to a whopping 140. And this is probably going to take a second to render because that's a lot of displacement and a lot of particles. Look how gorgeous that is. Doesn't look like fire yet, but I mean, It looks like something gorgeous. It's pretty. I love it. Now I'm going to open up the turbulence field controls. I'm going to take the scale up to 10, which again shrinks that fractal scale so that it's a little bit more fine detailed. Now, I alluded to the curve drawing interface a little bit earlier and how they're different, and now we get to see how this works. I'm going to change the fractal strength over. You'll see this a lot in form and now in particular as well. So you see fractal strength over and it says off. So what this allows me to do is to remap where the fractal field, where the turbulence field affects the system. So I want to control how it adjusts this over or affects this over the y-axis. I don't want all of the whole thing on the y-axis to have the turbulent field messing with it, only part of it. So once you enable the over dimension, then the curve is selectable and editable here. And so again, if you're working with particular, these graphs have existed, but they map how that property affects the particle over time, over the life of the particle. But with form, since those particles just exist, it affects how that property affects the form over the whole object on a given dimension. So, for example, the left side here controls the top of the object. The right side controls the bottom of the object. Even though it says start, time, and end, that's just kind of like how particular does things, but that's not really what it's doing. So the left side affects the top, the right side affects the bottom. So essentially what I want to do is something a little bit more intelligent than this, but let's just start with this preset graph that slopes down. So the fractal field affects it a lot all the way at the top, and then affects it less as it goes down. And now we're starting to see the beginnings of like a fiery shape, because this is our pill shape because it doesn't have the fractal field affecting it. And as it goes up, it's starting to. Now, if we preview this, which is, this is going to be bad news because this is going to take a long time since it's a lot of particles. We do have some kind of like organic motion with the turbulence field, but when you have a fractal field that evolves, it just kind of like stays there and does its thing where it's at. But we want this to go up. So what we can do is go back to these turbulent field controls and go to flow Y. And I'm actually going to take this into a negative value, so this flows up. I'll take it to about negative 30, and negative 37 is fine. But now when I preview this animation here a little bit, what we're seeing is that the fractal field is being animated because of the evolution speed, but it's also flowing upwards, which is really cool. So we're starting to have some kind of like fiery motion to this, which is awesome. That color palette now has officially worn out its welcome. And so I'm going to add a little bit more red towards the bottom. I'm going to add a little bit more orange and darkness towards the bottom area there. And maybe that will make it more palatable for me. Okay, that's a little better, I guess. Now, the top of this thing is absolutely horrific. So what we can do is go back to these over graphs and fiddle with those. So again, the opacity is affecting all of this, the whole form, the same. And we don't want it to do that. We want to affect the opacity over also the y-axis. So again, we have this opacity curve here, and I'm going to use, let's try this one, and then I'm going to flip it by clicking this little button here. So you can see what that does. So if I turn this off, you can see that the whole thing is just as opaque as all the rest of the thing. But when I take this to the y-axis and I say affect this opacity curve over the y-axis, you can see that again, the top of this object is represented over here where there's no opacity, and then it fades in about halfway through and it's fully opaque at the bottom. That's exactly what we're seeing here. If I want to add a little bit more to this, I can do the size over and do the size over y as well, open up the size curve, and then do, I don't know, something similar, I guess. I'll select this and then flip it. So that way this is going to make it so that the size at the top is tiny and then at the bottom it's like the normal size. And that should cut out a little bit more. Now I could go in here and draw a little bit more of this if I want to bring back some of these details, but that's fine for now. And that's pretty much it. That's the fire. We could fiddle with this a little bit more. Obviously the color palette, you know, it's not fantastic. I might take the opacity down a little bit, and maybe that's too much. I took it from 70 to 30. That's probably bad news there. But yeah, see, now we have a different look. And again, this is not, you know, completely true to life fire where it actually looks like a flame. But for something stylized, this is really cool. It's quick and easy, and it's flexible. You don't have to simulate it in this case. It's just, you know, very quick and easy, especially if you're doing something like a torch in the background or something like that. Or if you're going to have a hero element like my little meteor, and it's kind of like a fun, obviously stylized composition, then this works as well. But what is fire without smoke? Let's look at how to make some smoke here. And again, we're going to be starting from scratch with just a basic default application of particular. I'm going to go into emitter here, and I'm going to change the emitter type to a 3D model. I know we have like a sphere here, but for some reason, choosing a sphere in the 3D model, I don't know, I feel like I have a little bit more control that way sometimes. So I'm going to go ahead and just load up. I guess I already, you know, spoiled it. But yeah, I'm going to click on the sphere here and load up that sphere 3D object. But in this case, we're going to leave this set to particular. We're going to use some traditional particular features. And you know, the general thing when making smoke for me is usually what I'm trying to do is make big particles that are very low opacity. And yeah, we'll see that in just a second. I'm going to take particles per second up to 400. I'm going to take down the emitter size to 150 so we can see what we're doing here a little bit easier. Maybe I'll zoom out to like half size as well. Now, as this is moving here, it's going outwards, and I don't want that. I want it to be directional. So I'm going to change this to directional, and I'm going to change X rotation to 90 degrees. And now it's moving upwards. Okay, so we got that going for us. I'll open up the model emitter. It's emitting from the edges. That's good. I want that. Velocity is a little bit too strong. I'm going to take that down to 60. And again, we're starting to have some motion that's generally like smoke. We're still actually pretty far off, but that's gonna change. It's gonna, believe you me, that's gonna change. I'm gonna open up the particle section, take down the life to 2 seconds because this is again being emitted from a moving, spinning thingy. So I don't want there to be like a huge smoke trail. So I'm cutting that short at 2 seconds there. Maybe get a little bit of randomness, 50% randomness with the life. And again, I'm going to crank this up. Size 40 and opacity down to 30. Now, what I did for the color was I did a random from gradient. For the sake of time, I'm just going to take this color to kind of like a darker gray and then maybe give it like a 5% color. That's going to be too much. 5% color random. That's fine. We'd get more life out of this if it was like a gradient, but I want to move on because I'm excited to show you another thing here. I'm going to, actually, let me make this a little bit darker temporarily. Okay. Now, I want to go and close up the particle section. And in the physics simulations, we have bounce, meander, flocking, and fluid. These are actual real simulations that run on the motion of particles. And so what I want to do here is open up fluid, enable fluid motion. And what that's going to do, it's not going to really change the particles themselves. It's going to change how they move. So this is not creating fluids per se, but this is taking your particles and moving them in a very fluid-like way, a very accurately fluid way. So as I play this back now, instead of having these particles that just kind of like move straight up, you can see that they're starting to kind of swirl around a little bit. They're kind of moving around. They're having forces act on them. So again, this is a real actual simulation. So just like if you're working in, X particles, or if you're working in like, Houdini or something like that on a real actual simulation, if you're going to simulate it, then you got to go back to the first frame and start all over again. Now, this is another one of those things that's actually easier to do in the designer, because if I click on the designer and the designer launches, we'll see that we actually have, if we select the simulations block here, that we have this block here that gives us a sense of what's actually happening. We have the container that our fluid simulation is happening in, and also this direction. And because we have buoyancy, this arrow is letting us know that the buoyancy is pushing our particles upwards. I'm just going to go ahead and pause that for a second. Now I take buoyancy down to 4. I don't want that to rise as intensely. And again, I want to hit the this first frame button to jump back to the first frame to resimulate after making changes here. Now, we're not going to use the swirl here, but if we did take random swirl up to like 10 and, swirl scale by default is set to 10, we do kind of start to get these like really cool swirly, tornado-y effects, which are great for smoke. Well, great for other smoke, not the smoke that we're trying to do. So this is fine for us right now, but be aware that that's there. Now, another thing that I want to do is I want to affect these particles, not just with buoyancy, not just with the direction of the emitter, but I also want another force to kind of like push these particles up. And so what I could do to get that is go into the displace area, click on motion effects. Let's go over to our blocks. Let's go ahead and just, so if right now we'll just load up the default motion block here. And then what I want to do is take down the drift to -20. So this is almost like what the old wind effect used to be in particular, where it just kind of like moves the particles along in kind of like not the most intelligent way. But when you have this perfect fluid simulation, it's great to be able to have another force kind of like act on it and move those particles along. It's very cool. So go back to the first frame, simulate this, and now we have this cool kind of like organic motion to our particles. Now, this color is actually driving me crazy. I can't deal with it anymore. It's like this like muddy rainbow sherbet. So when I click on color, and when you're in the designer, the color blocks the options that you get. There's just a lot more going on. I'm not going to be able to find like a perfect like smoke color, but what I can do is click something like Brooklyn that has like a limited palette, and then I could just kind of like, fiddle with this and just kind of desaturate it all. So it's, kind of set up for me ish. So they have different like brightness values, and then that works there. And also take down color random to 0. Yuck. So now if I back this up and play this, we can see that we have some like cool motion. You could see inside of that smoke that's kind of like twisting and turning. And that's what makes this worth that extra processing time, because it's so lovely and feels so realistic. Now, one of the things I don't like about this is that these particles are popping on and off, so we're getting a lot of like unnecessary jitter. So what we want to do is go over here to like opacity, and then we could fiddle with this over life. We could just draw like a little curve, like so it fades in and out there. And then maybe for like scale size rotation, we draw in a curve here. We start big-ish and then just kind of gets a little big over time there. Yeah, like something like that. Now let's simulate it again. And there we go. Yeah, we got a few of these things kind of popping on there like that. So I might need to go back to opacity and just kind of trim this like that. So we have a more gradual thing. Maybe click the smooth button a few times and then play that back here. Yeah, there we go. Now it's starting to feel a little bit more like organic smoke. Very, very cool. Go ahead and click apply here. Now, I mentioned that fluid and drift can be used together, which is really cool. But you can't use fluids with the other physics simulations. And that's what this whole, oops, I went in the wrong spot there. That's what this whole classic form versus dynamic form means. So if you're if you're going to apply a simulation to form, then you're going to want to use dynamic form. If you're just going to use like the turbulent field and other features, then use the classic form. So that's the difference there. Now let me just share one other trick with you here. You do all this work, you set up all these things with particular and all the forms and all the sprites and all the deal and stuff like that. You get the settings perfect. And you want to be able to reuse that. And I know that presets are sometimes like a loaded topic, but when you can do so much with particular, presets become even more valuable because they save you even more time. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm just going to create a brand new solid from scratch. There's a layer here that says particular. I'm just going to delete it, and I'm going to apply a brand new thing of particular from scratch so you could just like see it in action. You know that there's like nothing up my sleeve. I'm not cheating. So I have just here just like a standard regular application of particular here. And just so you could see here, scrubbing it, that's all there is. Show systems, there's nothing going on, just the default little system there. Now, if I go to the designer, we can talk about making presets. So if I click this button here, it will save the entire set of systems. So I'll go ahead and click plus. So I have like 3 systems. If I click this button, I'm going to save all of these systems. But if you just want like one of these systems to be saved as a preset, you can go to the flyout menu for the system, and then you can choose a save system preset. You have to select it though. Click on it, save system preset, and you can save just that one system as a preset. This button saves everything. And when you save a preset, this is where it would show up at the bottom. So let's actually look at how what that looks like to do. So I'm going to go to my main entire 3D scene, and I will launch the designer. And I will pause the designer because there's a lot going on. And what I will do is I will click this button to save multiple presets. I'll call this Chad's Everything. Chad's Everything. My everything. Click OK to save it. And then click Apply. And now if I go back over to my other comp that I was working on with like the empty brand new particular, go in the designer over here, and I go to my presets, you can see now that we have this custom area, and here is this Chad's Everything we just created. Click on that to apply it. And there we have it. All of these systems that I created before, all this complexity, it all shows up with the single click of a button. All this stuff, the smoke, the fire, the stars, the background, everything shows up. It's just such a time saver. This whole world could be applied with a single preset. Now, I said that was like the last thing, but here's the real last thing, because a lot of this stuff has been done with the thought in mind that I was going to add glow later. Anytime you're doing UI stuff, yeah, you're probably going to add glow at some point because it's being made with light. So I intentionally made these shapes and objects, you know, a little bit darker than they needed to, so that I could come in here and apply optical glow as a final touch. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this amount down to 8. And there we have our final everything with the stars and the particular and the targets seamlessly looping, and the background wall and the fire and the smoke and the whole deal. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. You know, the magic that comes from being able to use form in particular together at last is great. They've been like a Batman and a Robin that haven't been allowed to fight crime together, but now at last together they work, and it's beautiful. So it's been a pleasure to be able to prepare all this for you and share this with you. So thanks for your time.
I'm back here with the one and the only Chad Perkins. Sorry, little technical difficulties. Hopefully you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? My mic was unmuted the whole time. I was just moving my mouth, just messing with you guys, just making sure you're paying attention. All right. Chad, welcome to the show, brother. How are you?
Thanks, man. Good to be here. I'm good.
Great presentation. A lot of good stuff in there.
Thanks.
So, do have a question starting off here, and that is question for Chad. Does he always sing his animations and graphics when he sets them up, like he does in his tutorials?
Oh, Simon, adorable Simon Walker. Yeah, actually, when I'm working on my own, like my house is usually empty, and so I actually sing more and like exaggerate it more. So like I tone it down when I'm recording. So yeah, it helps. It just makes it more fun.
So, tell us a little bit about your story and your kind of path into this world. Just a little backstory so people know kind of what got you into this industry and what do you love about it.
Oh, that's really interesting. So like the short version is that I was like going to school for psychology and really into like human nature and stuff. And I've always loved
particles. And of course.
Yeah, obviously the link.
Clear as day now.
So then I discovered Photoshop kind of like on accident. And then I just like started ditching all my psych classes to play with Photoshop. And I've always loved art, but I can't draw for crap. Like my hands are just useless. And so I never thought I could get into art, but then I discovered Photoshop and just fell in love with it. And then that got even more intense when I discovered After Effects. And then, yeah, I went from there to there and decided that like, I'd rather do something that I like suck at for a living and love than something that like is like decent and earns a decent living or whatever. So yeah, that's awesome. The short version. Yeah.
Is there any like ways of thinking that you have like thought about that just help you when working with particle systems, like just your overall approach? Because that's one of the things is like there's a lot of different ways to be able to use the particle systems and things like that. So I'm always just wondering like, okay, thinking about it, because it's like not necessarily intuitive in our minds to think this way, but how do you go about approaching particle systems when you just look at a project?
Great questions, dude. I think for me, like in approaching like any creative issue, this is the way my brain works. It's just, like I always want to go back to like elementary school. Like if you could understand something on a level where you could like explain it to like a 4-year-old, then like you get it. You really, really get it. One of my psych professors said that like if you can't explain a thing, then you don't really understand it. Right. And so like a lot of times we say like, well, I know I just can't explain it. It's like, no, you don't know what it is. Like you know how to use it, but you don't get it.
Yeah.
So like I always try to like, you see particle systems are doing a bunch of crazy stuff and then trying to break that down to the most simple forms. Like there's an emitter or emitters, and there are particles and there are behaviors of the particles. And so like those 3 categories of like what's emitting the particles. One
more time on those? You have...
So the emitters, you have the particles, and you have the behavior. And emitters, so like breaking
behavior. Taking notes, folks. Go ahead.
So like for me, I break it down into those 3 simple things because everything pretty much falls into one of those 3 categories. And so if you could simplify it down to those basic fats, carbohydrates, proteins, like those simple basic building blocks, then it really helps to kind of like click for me.
So then you'd be looking at like what are the attributes of the emitter? What are the attributes of the particle? And then what are the attributes of the behavior?
Yeah, exactly. What are each of those things doing? And like you could see all these like really crazy like X particles. They always have like these super crazy things where it's like, what is even happening? There's like so much complexity. And so the way I kind of like take those apart in my brain, it's like, what's emitting the stuff? What's being emitted? What's the behavior like? And then it's kind of helps to clarify what's actually going on for me. Anyways.
When it comes to linking and working with 3D scenes or live action, do you have any other specific tips that you should do if you wanted to basically like attach particle systems to things? What's your favorite approach to that?
Well, I don't know if I have like an approach necessarily, but one of the things that's really, really helped was like getting on set and doing cinematography, like actually being like live action and shooting things, because you kind of get a sense for like what light looks like when it lands on a surface and how much light it takes to do something, and the way that light reflects on things. So a lot of times you'll see particles and like demos and somebody will be holding this like really awesome particle thing, but then like there's no glow on anything else and it just feels really, really fake. So just like living in a space where there's actual light and it's not just a computer, like really helps to kind of like understand light and sparkle and like all that kind of stuff. So, and sometimes the opposite is true as well, where somebody's like holding like a little thing that's kind of like flicking, and then they have all of this like stuff flashing on their face, all this like light, and it's like, this feels really fake because like little things of light don't create that much light.
But
Or
it's
if they
magic.
did, yeah.
But it's magical. Like little magical things do that.
But if little magical things were doing that, then the light would be affecting other things as well.
Right.
So like, you know, that definitely is true, that little things of light that are super bright are really cool. But being on set kind of helps you realize like, okay, well, if that's doing that, then it also has to be doing this. And I don't know, for me, that really helps.
So those different behaviors. Yeah. So you guys, if you have more questions, go ahead and hit us up just at Matthias Omatola in the chat, and I will be happy to get that, or a member of my team will be able to take a look at it. It seems like you were pretty thorough, though. They're kind of quiet right now, which is which is interesting. Either it's soaking all in, or everybody took a coffee break or something like that. So they've been rolling. So what do you see as far as in the world of particles? What are the things that you're really excited about, I guess, in the last, several versions, and where do you see things, just going with particles? Because you see them like all the time now. You see them like just a lot of abstracts and everything else. Do you see really things evolving, and do you see, what would you like to see personally, aside from, official talk? What are some of the things that you've seen and you would love to see?
I think, I mean, one of the things I love about Red Giant is that they're so innovative. Like a lot of things they come out with are like surprising to me. And because, like I mentioned, I don't have a background necessarily in like traditional art. So like I really rely on tools to be able to make art. And so like when, Adobe comes out with some really sick tool, or when Red Giant comes out with this really cool feature, like Form, like with the fractal field displacement in Form, like if I'm drawing something, I would never be able to conceive of that, or the audio reaction in Form. Like you could use audio stuff to like control form particles. Like those are things I never would have come up with on my own. And so part of the excitement for me is seeing what these teams come up with, because they're artists in their own way. They're artisans. They're just amazing, brilliant, wise people. And so watching what they come up with and being inspired by that, like that is a big inspiration for me.
That's awesome.
And I guess too, like the way that real-time stuff is kind of like permeating everything, like a venom suit. It's like kind of crawling through all of life. That's kind of an exciting thing to feel like, this is going to eventually trickle down into particles, and we'll have more like real-time particles and collisions and stuff like that. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, brother, for having you on the show. We will definitely be doing more as more, gets released. But we're going to be taking another quick break, and we will be back with our very next presenter, Seth Worley. So stay tuned, and we'll see you all after the break. Thanks again.
Thanks, man. Take care, everybody.
I said you heard me on the stereo.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac.
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We are here ready for our next presenter. Now, for those of you who are just tuning in or tuning in late, make sure that you've jumped over to 3dmotionshow.com and clicked the sign up link right under the video player so you can get entered in to win one of over $10,000 of different prizes, one being of your very own Dell laptop. So we're going to be giving away one of those as we come to the end of our show series this year. So you want to make sure you sign up for that. And also you'll be getting notifications of our upcoming shows and any other major announcements from us over here at the Maxon family. So speaking of Maxon family, up next is one of our very own Seth Worley.
Hey there, it's me, Seth Worley, your favorite local Seth Worley. Hey, listen, today I'm going to show you some of the amazingly cool new features in Trapcode particular. There's a whole lot of new things that just came out from Maxon, and I'm not going to show you all of the things because there's just too damn many, but there's some new features in Trapcode particular that excite me quite a bit. First and foremost being that form is now inside of particular. That means you can make emitters that are doing form stuff within particular and that are then emitting particles of their own. There's also this really cool thing that we added to Particular's flocking simulation of behavior systems. It's this cool thing that allows you to specify how a predator particle interacts with prey particles. What I'm going to show you how to build today is actually a template that allows you to drag and drop layers into specific comps, and it sends it to the system and allows you to customize and create all kinds of variations of this cool disintegration effect. All right, let's dive in. So I'm going to create a new composition first. 1920 by 1080, square pixels, 23.976 frame rate, duration 5 seconds is good enough for me. And I'm going to call this comp 01 so that it shows up in order over here in the project window, foreground, or FG. And I'm going to put that into my comps folder. All right, so you can see how OCD I am. And then I'm going to duplicate that comp and name this duplicate O2 background. Duplicate again, call it O3 predator. Duplicate that, call it O4 particles. Duplicate that, call it O5 pre-comp. And finally, O6 comp. Okay, so let's start with the foreground. In here, I'm going to drop what is going to be the object that I'm going to disintegrate. And in this case, I've got this asset called Little Tiffany. Some may ask why Little Tiffany deserves to die. And to that I say she's about to start some Zed. So if you get this reference, then I love you and we're best friends forever. Little Tiffany, I'm going to drag down here into the foreground comp, and I'm going to leave it like that. And then I'm going to open up the background, and I'm going to drop this asset I have from Unsplash, this little back warehouse area. I'm going to drop that into the background, and I'm going to fit it to comp. Let's see if comp width. There we go. That's good. So that fills up the space like I'd like it. Maybe I'll move it up a bit just so there's a little more. Nah, I liked how it was. Like that. Now, before I keep going, I do want to actually put some guide layers for these guys into each other. So in my foreground comp, I'm going to drop the background comp, and I'm going to set it as a guide layer. So that allows me to position Little Tiffany where I may want her to be. Right there. And because the background is a guide layer, it will not render out. And also, I'm going to put... can I do it? No, I can't. I can't double up. So I have my background guide layer in the foreground. So now I'm going to open up this predator layer, and I'm actually going to drop the background and the foreground into here, set them both as guide layers. And I'm going to create a new solid. I'm going to make sure that it is black. I'm going to call this solid predator. And I'm going to get the pen tool, make sure Roto-Bezier is checked, and I'm going to create a path of 3 points, just as God commanded Moses. I don't know what that means. It just sounded like something biblical. So now I'm going to apply to this predator solid stroke. I'm going to give this predator a stroke. So now you'll see it has created a stroke where that mask path is. I'm going to turn up that brush size pretty big and fat. And this is all going to make sense soon, I promise. But I'm going to set it to be on transparent. So I've got my foreground and background comps in here set as guide layers, and now I've got this predator line that I can reposition anytime I want by just adjusting the mask paths. Okay, so why did we do all this? Now it's time to find out by messing with our particle system. So I'm going to go into my particles comp, and I'm going to, you guessed it, drop the background, drop the foreground, and our predator comp all into here, set them all as guide layers. And then I'm going to make sure that the predator and foreground layers are both set to be 3D. I'll explain why I made these 3D in a little bit. Just like with everything else I'm doing so far, I will explain why I made these two layers 3D in a second. But for now, I want to create a new solid. I'm going to call it floor. I'm going to apply a grid to this floor. I'm going to make it 3D, and I'm going to rotate it on the x-axis -90 degrees. And then I will nudge it down right around the place where little Tiffany's feet are. And I'm going to make sure this floor is a guide layer. So far, we're making tons of guide layers here. All right. Now the fun part. Let's create a new solid. Let's call it particular. And as expected, let's apply particular. All right. So now let's go into the designer and let's start setting up these systems. This is going to be a 5-system setup with an optional 6th system. First system is our primary system. In this case, it is Little Tiffany. The second system will be the predators, which will drive this disintegration effect. Third system will be the main sparks that linger in the air. The fourth system will be the sparks that come off and and fall on the ground. The fifth system will be pieces of Tiffany that fall to the ground, and an optional 6th system for blood. So first things first, this primary system we need to set up. We need to set the emitter type to layer, and then specify that layer to be our foreground. And for emitter behavior, we're going to use dynamic form because particular now comes with form in it. Super, super, super promising and exciting. So I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to set the emitter size, the emitter Z size to 1. And I want this form to be distributed on a grid. So I'll check that. And then I want 400 particles on the x-axis. I want 400 on the y, and then 1 on the z. And now look at that. We've got little Tiffany. And she is actually just made up of, if we zoom in here, we'll see that she's just made up of a bunch of particles. It's actually kind of low fidelity because of the because of the slightly lower number of particles that we're using, as well as the size. And that's okay. We'll still be able to use a higher fidelity version of Little Tiffany in the final, and I'll show you how. But for now, this is exactly what we need to do our business. So then we want to make sure the particle type is set to sphere, make sure that the feather is set to 0, and we then want to rename this system, which we can do by clicking this drop-down arrow and going to Rename System, and we're going to name it Little Tiffany. Those books are way too advanced for her age. And so now we're going to create our second system. I'm going to do that by clicking this plus sign. And this second system, I'm going to rename predators. And you can see that's just a standard default emitter system that's coming from a point. But I want to set it to emit from a layer. And the layer I want it to emit from is the predator layer. So now you can see these particles are being emitted from the area where we had drawn that line. I'm going to turn up the particles per second to 1,000. So we're getting more particles. And now for the fun part. If I click this simulations box and I go up and I enable flocking, you can see these particles are now flocking towards each other as they're emitted, which is really cool behavior. But I would like them to ignore each other, and I would like them to instead start attacking little Tiffany, because she deserves it. So I'm going to set them to be predators. And then I'm going to go to the little Tiffany system, which sounds like a place in like a sci-fi film in space. I'm going to enable flocking for her, and you will immediately see things get weird. And that is because by default, the flocking settings are set to be, they're not at 0. They're set to, flock. These particles are going to flock toward each other, toward other flocking systems. So I'm going to real quick just set attract to 0, separate to 0, align to 0, and then I'm going to make her prey. And you see when I do that, her particles are evading those particles as they're coming toward her. They're evading those predator particles. So I'm going to go ahead and set the evade settings to 0. So now those particles are flocking toward little Tiffany. But nothing's happening once they get there. They're just kind of like flying all up in her business. So I can go in here to these awesome new settings in Particular's predator-prey flocking simulations called on predator-prey contact. So here I can specify what will happen when a predator particle comes into contact with a prey particle. I can have it kill the prey, which will look like this as it comes in and starts killing prey, and you'll see there's some disintegration happening. A little bit, not a whole lot of disintegration stuff happening. It's not a lot of noticeable disintegration, so I'm going to turn pursue up to 100. So now these particles are really, really, going for it. And you can see some disintegration has started happening on her face. This is a really, really cool way to kind of automate and simulate this disintegration on her. But again, it's not happening as fast as I would like it to. So I'm going to set it to convert prey to predator. So the second that these predator particles hit a prey particle, they will convert that prey particle to a predator particle. Yeah, I said that right, I think. So I'm going to set that, and it's going to look like a mess, but there goes little Tiffany. Like I said, she deserves it. And now that I've done this, I'm going to go to the opacity block here on my predator system, and I'm going to set opacity to 0. So these particles are still there. They're still doing the good Lord's work. But we don't have to see them. We can instead just see this very cool disintegration that's happening on little Tiffany. You can see this disintegration is super cool. And I can go into this predator line and I can move this guy. And we can see this disintegration play out very differently. Or maybe we want to see her get disintegrated from her torso. Like maybe it just starts from within, right? So we could just slash this line right through her. Go back in here. So now we need to make it look like she's burning away rather than just, disintegrating, right? Because we're monsters. We're going to create a third system. In this third system, we're going to have actually emit from a parent system. So that means the particles aren't going to be coming from a point or a layer. They're actually going to be coming from other particles emitted from a previous system. So I check emit from parent system. And by default, they're going to be coming out of the predators that we have, which is admittedly a cool look. But it's not the look that we're going for. We actually want it to emit from the primary system, which now you can see is a lot going on. But we want it to only emit at parent end of life, which I've said before is the darkest setting in all of Trapcode Particular. So when the parents die, then the children are born. So now those particles are only, happening as she dies. So really quickly, it's way too many particles. So I'm going to turn them down to 3. So each particle is going to emit 3 new ones. That's a little more manageable. I'm going to... And then I'm going to go to the particle type. I'm going to change the life span of these particles to 0.5, so half a second. So they don't stick around as much. Life random, I'm going to turn up to 100% because I want some, natural chaos happening here. Because I love chaos. And then I am going to go to the size rotation, and I'm going to set the size of these to be 2, so they're smaller particles. And the size over life, I'm going to do this, ramp down preset, so they're getting smaller over the course of their lifespan. And that's looking a lot better than what we had before by default. So now I need to, I'm going to make sure the sphere feather, now that I think about it, is set to 0. I don't like my particles to be feathered if they don't have to be. And it's just a personal thing. It's a religious choice. And then, weirdly, a lot of religious jokes in this tutorial. It's odd. So I'm going to go over here, and I need to add some color. And I love these color presets that Trapcode Particular has. It's had these for a while, but I just love them. So I'm going to apply the fire color over life preset. And now, that looks like a nice burn effect that's happening to her. Tutorial is odd. So I'm going to go over here, and I need to add some color. And I love these color presets that Trapcode Particular has. It's had these for a while, but I just love them. So I'm going to apply the fire color over life preset. And now that looks like a nice burn effect that's happening to her. And I'm going to apply a couple displacement effects. I'm going to click plus sign, add this default, and I'm going to give it a little drift, so it's kind of floating upward. And, I don't know, that can be set to nothing super high. It just makes the particles float up as they come out. And then I'm going to give it a little bit displacement. So I'm going to get a default. I'm going to go to the fields. I'm going to go to the fields and get myself a default. And I'm going to turn up this TF displace. That's turbulence field displace XYZ. I'm going to turn it up to like 175-ish or 196, whatever. Within that ballpark. So I'm going to get some nice natural turbulence that happens when the particles come up. So, lastly, I just want to, for organizational purposes, rename this system to Sparks Air. This is my basketball pseudonym. All right, so next we want to create some sparks coming, falling to the ground rather than just floating up into the sky. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to duplicate Sparks Air. And we're going to rename that Sparks Ground. It's the name of the character in my YA novel. Sparks Ground, my sci-fi YA novel. You guys still watching this? I'm really sorry. These jokes are really bad today. So, Sparks ground. I want to immediately get rid of these motion effects. I want to get rid of the drift. I want to get rid of the TF displace. Let me turn off Sparks Air so we can just see what Sparks ground is doing. We can see they're just kind of like floating there as they come to life. So here's what we want to do. We want them to fall. So we need to create some gravity. So I'm going to go up here, add an environment called gravity down. I need some gravity here. So I'm going to turn gravity up super high, like in the 400s. So now, as those sparks happen, they are falling straight down. Let's actually turn down the particle count, shall we? I'd say 1 particle for every particle. And they'll be falling. Why don't we turn off Little Tiffany just so we can maybe get a little bit faster render times? Okay, they're falling. I might want to increase their life just a hair so they can fall to the ground and settle there. And speaking of the ground, we need a ground. We need some ground for them to land on. So I took the liberty, remember, of creating that solid in this comp called floor, and we're going to use it. We're going to go to simulations and we're going to turn on enable bounce. We're going to set bounce layer to floor, and we're going to set the collision event to stick. So now they will fall as the prophecy foretold, and they will land and stick to the ground. So now you can see the sparks are falling and sticking to the ground, but they are kind of sticking in a centralized place right here, right? So why don't we go in and just turn up on sparks ground, turn up the velocity randomness all the way up to 100. Now they're falling a little more scattered on the ground. And now for my 5th system, we want to create a Pieces of Tiffany system. We're actually going to duplicate sparks ground, and we're going to rename this new system Pieces of Tiffany, which is the title of my YA novel. And now I'm going to keep it at emit from parent system. I'm going to go and turn up this fun thing and colorize. I'm going to turn up color from parent to 100%. Let me turn off my sparks ground so you can just see the Pieces of Tiffany. And then for particle type, I want to change it to cloudlet. And I want to, set the particles to 1. They're already set to 1. And let's see if let's keep our bounce system on, but I'm going to actually change the collision event to bounce. And they're going to bounce strength at maybe 20%. So these pieces are now going to fall and bounce off the ground. The size of these particles just a bit to something like 4. So we at 2 right now. So now you'll see that it really looks like as Tiffany crumbles, pieces of her are falling away, which is a very, very cool look. It's such a dark thing to say. Velocity, I actually want to set to 0. So that way the pieces aren't, chipping off of her. They are literally falling away. So that's a really cool look. And when they hit the ground, they'll bounce. So there is an optional 6th system you can add to this if you like. If you want to get super dark, you can create a new system and call it Blood. And we are going to set this emitter type to emit from a parent system. We want it to emit from system 5. Yeah. And continuous. Let's maybe do 150 particles per second. And let's set our particle type. Make sure it's at sphere. Turn particle feather down to 0. Our size, let's do something like a 3. And the ramp down, size over life. And, we need some color here. So why don't we just go basic red and maybe color it from there. A little more like that. Rich still. That might be a good color. So I feel like I turned velocity down, but it didn't go away. We want to turn our velocity all the way down. So that way it's just sticking where it is. And now we're getting that drippy drip blood look, which, good Lord, that's so gross. And dark and macabre. Particle life, let's say 2.5. Yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, bounce. We need it to hit the ground. Our floor. And then, we could have it bounce. And when it bounces, it'll be like... It'll be like a splash almost. Let's also maybe just turn emit probability down to 10 right now, just so we can have a little bit easier time rendering. You know what? Let's actually set our bounce to stick, because our parent particles, the pieces of Tiffany, those will bounce, but the drips, which are emitting from those pieces that are falling, those can stick. So as the pieces will bounce, but the blood will stick with the bounce, which I think will lead to a better splatter look. Probably need to give our blood a little bit of gravity. Mainly so that when it does splatter at the bottom, it will, the blood won't just linger in the air. So that's fun. Dark and fun. So that's pretty funny looking. The blood also does look a little bit, there's linear lines and such. Like, I kind of feel like I need to give it a little bit more randomness. So what I'll probably do is change up the size of it. Like, maybe let's do size to 4 and size over life. Size over life, let's change to something like that. That's a little more drippy. All right, so next I want to set up all of this to be composited. And I'd like to composite these layers separately, but without having to duplicate particular a whole bunch of ways. So I'm going to use After Effects' Essential Graphics panel, which is super useful in this case. So what I want to do is, first I need to set this thing up to be usable in Essential Graphics. So I'm going to create a new null object. I'm going to call it controls. And I'm going to apply a, not a slider, but a drop-down menu control, an expression control, the drop-down menu controls to that. And I'm going to customize this menu control by clicking the Edit button. The first one I'm going to change to Tiffany. Item 2, I'm going to change to Sparks Air. Item 3, I'm changing to Sparks Ground. Item 4, I'm changing to Pieces. And item 5, I'm changing to Blood. And now I'm going to make sure that's visible down here, which it is. And I'm going to go to Particular, and I'm going to select all systems in the Show Systems tab up here. And that makes all the controls visible at once down here in the timeline. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to go into each of these. I'm going to go to the first. I'm going to start with system 1, Tiffany, the Tiffany system. I'm going to go to the particle controls, and I'm going to alt-click on opacity. I'll click on the timer next to opacity, so I can type an expression, and I'm going to type this expression. I'm going to type menu as the variable. I'm declaring a variable called menu, and I'm going to say equals, and then I'm going to pick whip up to that drop down menu control. And then I'm going to do a semicolon, start a new line, and I'm going to do an if-else scenario. I'm going to say if, then in parentheses, menu is equal to, with 2 equal signs, 1, meaning if the menu is item 1, then opacity should be set to 100 for these particles. And a semicolon, and I'm going to type else 0. So in any other situation, if it's not set to the Tiffany, then these particles will be invisible. If it's set to Tiffany, they will be visible. So we see that worked. I mean, it was already, we already had the Tiffany visuals visible, but just to make sure it worked, I'm going to click Sparks Air so that it no longer is Tiffany, and now Tiffany's particles are 0. So hopefully you might see where I'm going with this. So I'm going to copy this expression, and I'm going to go down to the third system, because the second system are my predator particles, so the third system is going to be my Sparks Air are. I'm going to alt-click on the opacity there, timer, and I'm going to paste that expression, but I'm going to change this option to menu 2. So if it's Sparks 2, if it's Sparks Air, then these will be visible. So they should go invisible now. But if I click Sparks Air, Tiffany's particles will be invisible and the Sparks Air will become visible. Okay. I'm just going to do this for every single one of them. Go down to particle for Sparks Ground. I'll click opacity. Paste this expression. Set this to menu item 3. Now I'll go down to the system 5. Set this to menu item 4. And then lastly, our blood. Which should be set to menu item 5, I believe. Okay, so now we should only be seeing the Tiffany particles because our menu item, our drop-down menu up here, is set to the Tiffany menu item. So now I want to control-click or right-click on this menu control and go to Add Property to Essential Graphics. And it opens up the Essential Graphics window. I see we're in the particles composition, and I'm going to change this control that's just been added to System. So now, if I go to my pre-comp composition, and I drag particles comp down in there, I have under here an Essential Properties effects control where I can specify what system I want to look at. So let's go to where we're starting to see some destruction so we can see. All right, so I have it set to Tiffany. This is only going to show Tiffany. If I had it set to Sparks Air, it's only going to show the air sparks. If I had it set to Sparks Ground, it's only going to show the ground sparks, and so on and so on and so forth. So that means I can duplicate this a whole bunch. So that's how many? It's 5 systems. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to make sure they're named and set them for what they are named after. So Tiffany set to Tiffany. Sparks Air are set to Sparks Air. Sparks Ground are set to Sparks ground. Pieces are set to, not Pisces, pieces are set to pieces. Set to pieces. And blood is set to blood. Is the prophecy foretold? I've already said that joke. Maybe it was funnier that time. Who knows? You guys tell me. Don't tell me. I don't care. So now I need to relayer these obviously a little bit. I think blood should go under pieces. I think Sparks ground should go on top of everything, and Sparks air should go on top of all that. Now, a couple things I want to do. I don't want to see this low fidelity version of Tiffany. I actually want that to be like higher resolution Tiffany. So I'm going to drag the foreground down into here, and I'm going to apply a set matte effect. And I'm going to tell it to use the alpha channel of the Tiffany layer. So now you'll see, instead of getting this resolution of a base Tiffany with destruction, I can get this resolution of Tiffany getting the same destruction, because I'm pulling it from the alpha channel of the particular pre-comp. So I'm going to turn off that one, turn off the Tiffany, particle layer, the visibility, and you just use it as an alpha channel essentially as an alpha matte for my main foreground layer. All right, so like I said, the blood is optional. I'm going to go ahead and actually get rid of them for this, but I'm going to apply some glow. I need a little bit of optical glow, my old pal from Red Giant VFX Suite. I'm going to drop that onto Sparks Air. I'm going to set the alpha channel to extend, and I'm going to set the size to 100 and the amount to 5, I think. And vibrance up to 100. This is my little secret sauce for glows. It's the glows that I love best. I'm going to copy that glow. I'm going to paste it on Sparks ground. And I'm going to set both those layers to be at screen blend mode. And you know what? That's pretty much the work that it requires there to create that cool effect that we're going for. We actually want to open our comp and put our pre-comp and our background into here. And the reason for that is because I want to wrap it all up by adding reflection from VFX Suite to the pre-comp and line it up with Tiffany's feet. We'll probably want to soften it a bit and turn the opacity down. And now she's got pretty noticeable reflection that really ties the whole effect together. The great thing about this system that you've now built is that you can go into these pre-comps, the foreground and the background, swap them out for different elements, and change the location of your Predator line and the Predator pre-comp, and send it all through the system and get really, really cool, like procedural automated results. So that's how much fun I'm having with Particular's new flocking predator-prey reaction stuff, and the fact that form is now in Particular as well. It's just very exciting for everyone. So I encourage you to jump in and mess around with it on your own and see what cool stuff you can make. That's probably better than what I made, because you're so talented. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for letting me show you stuff. I'm Seth Worley. You can find me all places.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with the one, the only Seth Worley. Seth, thank you so much for joining us in your busy schedule.
Dude, thank you for having me.
Yeah. I mean, because it's busy, because then you also have VFX and Chill. Isn't that correct?
Yes, VFX and Chill. Going to quickly plug that show. It's me and Hashi's live show we do every Friday on Red Giant and the Red Giant YouTube channel at 10 a.m. Pacific. It's just a talk show where we talk VFX, and it's a blast. You should totally join us. It's just as, if not more, chaotic and weird than that tutorial I just subjected everyone to.
Yeah. So if you enjoy pain and suffering, well, don't go, because it's actually going to be pleasant. Enjoy. And, you're going to actually
get some of that. We got it all. We get the whole game of
yeah. Well, look at, they have range, folks. They have range. Enjoy. So, questions. If you guys have them, go ahead and use that keyboard, use that phone wherever you're coming in at. Just do like the typey cat, right?
If
typey
they just
cat.
do this, it'll
do that. Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. FBDSFS. No. So those are the standard questions that you answer with that. So yeah, if you have questions, just go ahead and @ Matthias Omatola. Get it to me. My team will put them in my little list of questions, and then I will happily ask those. So let's dive in, because that effect is great. Number one, use Little Tiffany, which is, bless her heart.
Yeah, I remember you immediately got the Little Tiffany reference in our tech check, which made me so happy.
Yes, I was like, okay, what are you going to show? Little Tiffany? Yes, I approve this. I approve this presentation.
Quoting the scene. I think we just ran the scene back and forth. Like
that's true. Let's make it happen. That's right. This guy's just working out. This guy has a cold. Of course he's angry.
He's sneezing. Yeah.
Yeah.
The chat seemed to get it too, which made me very happy.
Yeah. Oh, we got a good group of nerds here. I mean, these aren't basic nerds. We are high level, folks.
Amen.
We're high level. Oh, the neuralizer. Look at these guys. They're chiming in.
These are
Look
my
at
people.
You all. Yeah, MIB references always welcome.
Better than Ghostbusters. What? He said it online in public.
Wait, which one?
Well, which
so first original Ghostbusters versus original
Men in Black
MIB?
is better than the original Ghostbusters. Yes, it is a better film.
Ooh.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Right. No, guys, it's okay. I'm right. It's okay.
Look at you. Agree to disagree. Let's do that. Let's not start chaos.
Don't agree to disagree.
No.
How long we got on this show? We're going to debate this the rest of it.
All right. We'll save that. Let's shelf that in case we need to. We'll let the chat chime in too. So chat, go ahead. Let's see. Let's leave it to the people. Ghostbusters or Men in Black. First one, of course, the best. Don't go into the sequel.
First of each.
Yeah, the originals of each. Both excellent films, but of the two, which one reigns supreme? All right, so let's just chat a little bit about, movie making in general and what you've seen, because you've done a lot of different things and pioneered, I would say, these beautiful shorts. You've pioneered.
Pioneer.
Yes, you are a pioneer, sir. These beautiful shorts. Throughout, the Red Giant history of putting together these beautiful little shorts. So what have you seen in the movie making process and the VFX process that has really been a game changer for you in the last everything?
I'll be honest. I'm going to be a little bit of a downer here.
Okay.
Things have become so democratized that they've become a game changer for me, and that it's really hard to stand out now. It's it's very easy to and I appreciate the word pioneer. I don't think that I wouldn't go near that word, but you're right. I had the fortune of getting to play in this online shorts world early on, 10 years ago. And I think even since then, in order to stand out, back then, in order to stand out, you really just needed to have After Effects and a couple Andrew Kramer tutorials and know your way around After Effects and kind of what to do with it and how to tell a fun story with it. Now, you've got to know how to sculpt, model, rig, animate in Redshift or whatever. You have to know. There's so much you have to know that I feel like I'm playing catch up every day just to stay in any way relevant to the game, which is a really good thing. I think that it's becoming more and more democratized every day, and people are becoming. We saw the same thing happen in the camera world. 10 years ago, we were shooting with DSLRs, and then suddenly now, everybody and their mom has a Red camera, or a Blackmagic, pocket cinema camera. So everyone's able to go out and shoot beautiful stuff.
Moms with those?
So many moms. I know so many
all
moms.
Moms shooting on red.
Yeah, shooting on red. It's like it's a Facebook group I'm part of. The
Yeah, you're
Red
part
Cam
of the
Moms group.
Moms Who Shoot on Red group.
Yeah, mom shot on red.
It's official. It's official. Yeah, no, it's crazy, the democratization of the tools. I mean, just what you can do, in cinema. If you take a look at, 5 years ago, it's like, yeah, you could do some really cool stuff for sure. But now with, dynamics and fracturing and all these other things, you can pull off much more complex shots. And just what I think with particular and just seeing some of this, the search and destroy, like these different things, like that effect alone, you could have a team putting that together. And you're just pulling them off like, we got a preset for that. Let's just go ahead and tweak these settings, and there we go.
True. You know what I learned though? The last short that I did, the most recent short that I did for Red Giant was a short called Darker Colors, and there was a lot of stuff in there that I had never done before. And I was working with a team on the visual effects there, but at the end of the day, a lot of the bulk of the compositing came down to me, and I learned that. Yes, you can learn how to do a wide variety of things, but if you're going to do a project that has a lot of shots doing a wide variety of things, it is like so necessary that you have the community and the even if it's not an official team, but you have a community of support to be able to help you accomplish those and the time to do them. Because that was the thing that I think now, because so much is possible, it's really easy to get buried in the quantity of work, because now if it's so easy to learn how to do such a wide variety of things, but when it still comes down to the fact that you're going to make something, you need the time to do all those wide variety of things if they're all going to do it yourself, or you need the community, which was the only way I finished that short. Was I put out a tweet asking for help, and I met a whole lot of awesome VFX artists that are still friends now, who helped me finish that short.
Yeah, no, it's really a game changer. The community is everything. I mean, that's one of the things I've loved over the years, is helping to build and create that connection with us, because we're really a unique group of folks, and just at Camp MoGraph actually a little while ago, and just seeing the energy that we have amongst our community is unlike anything else, and it's something that I've really tried to nurture, both online too. Folks that you couldn't make it, we still love you. We're still one big nerd family. That's how I see us. And we kind of can talk about things that people have no concept of. It's like we can talk from tech to programming, everything in between, just about every industry we touch. And I think it's really unique, and it creates a space where we have somebody to talk to that can relate to either our problems or challenges technically or creatively, and inspirations where normally people would be like, oh yeah, it's a cool picture, but like, no, did you see the reflections though?
Yeah.
Did you see that bump map? They're like, oh, I thought it was just a regular shot. It's like,
I may have told the story even on a 3D motion show in the past, but I remember when I first started learning After Effects, like 12 years ago, I was learning fast because I was able to with the number like tutorials and resources out there. And I would show my parents, like when I'd be, visiting with my parents, I would show them like, hey, check out this thing that I just made. And I would show them some space. And I remember my dad looked at it and said, oh, cool, you did that with your app? And I was like, oh, yeah, I did it with my app. But then when I did my first tutorial, like a year later, it was a tutorial that's probably still online. It was the first tutorial I ever did. It was for how to create the Lost Smoke Monster effect. It was the very first Red Giant tutorial I did. And my dad saw that, and he freaked out. He was like, this is like watching a watchmaker like work. He was like, and he sensed it to like all of his, he like understood it suddenly, like what all was going on behind the scenes. And I think, like you're saying, there's the kind of conversations we can have with each other that you can't have with anyone else, because we understand what's inside the watch. We understand everything that's going on behind the scenes and what all the work it's taking to create that thing with our app,
Yeah, no, that's amazing. So after he saw that, smoke monster, did he grab his red camera and just go outside?
He did.
And
He grabbed his red. He went out. Yeah.
Because parents shoot. That's what they say. Parents shoot out red.
Yeah, parents shoot out red. Not exclusive to moms.
So a question coming in from our good friends over at Action Movie Kids. I think you might know this person, but the question was, did it hurt?
It did, but thankfully I had him to catch me.
See, there you go. You know where we're going. Is, did it hurt when you fell from heaven? All right. Let's
He
see.
asks me that every day. It's getting weird. Like
Every day.
That's the amount of time you just paused in between. Every time. Every day, he calls me and says, "Hey, Seth, it's Hosh. I just have to ask him. I'm like, Hashi, I know what you're going to say. Stop it. Please leave me alone. Leave me and my family alone." And he says, "Did it hurt?" And I say, "Hashi, I'm hanging up." And he stays paused. And then we just listen to each other in the pause. I'm just going to keep going with this until you guys start asking another question, Matthias. I'm stuck on the joke.
So I think the audience wants to know about your long calls about pain. Once again, back to pain management. Did it hurt?
Yeah.
Renderings on a computer that was 6 years old.
Yes, it hurts every day.
Yes, it does.
Every day.
All right. This is a good one from our good friend Darren Frankovitz, and he says, would this play well if Tiffany were animated with those puppet tools in AE, or would changes have to be made to the particle system for the color to be locked on Tiffany?
So that's an excellent question, Darren.
Question.
As we saw in, I believe, who was right before me in the tutorial? I forgot. Was it Chad? Yeah. So I think Chad might have gone over this, or I can't remember. It was a tutorial today. We're talking about the difference between the dynamic and classic forms in the new particular. And the short answer is no, not directly the way that I did this today. The way that I did it today requires using a dynamic form, which requires using a still layer as your base, because particular is going to do those flocking simulations on it. And once that simulation is there, it relies on that first frame, I believe. I don't know how all that it's going on behind the scenes, but it relies on that layer emitter to be a still layer. That said, there's absolutely many ways to go about cheating it. You could, you mentioned the puppet pen tools. This would be pretty processor intensive, but one way to go about it is you could use the puppet tools after you did the simulation, like pre-comp it, and put puppet pens on it, and then just expand the mesh, and you could actually get away with it, up to a certain degree of, you have a certain degree of flexibility of actually animating it. The particles would move around with it, but I think it's still possible to do there. And then there's some other more complex ways to go about getting around that, that I thought about covering in the tutorial, but I was like, you know what? I think I might sleep instead. And I did. And it was the choice.
Or like multiple instances and multiple pre-comps for the different joints or something like that. Would that be another thing?
I'm going to say yes. I don't. Maybe. Yeah.
Yes. Somebody try that out.
Yes. I'm going to say yes. If it doesn't work, you're not doing it right.
Yeah. Oh, that's the answer. Yeah. Of course it would. Oh, you're not doing it right. User error. All right. So let's see here. Somebody's wondering, can this effect be unmasked or green screen video?
No, same question.
Would it be using like a moving mask to reveal it instead? Is that would that be?
You could use a moving mask to reveal it, but that would require a different setup and form. And so, in particular, that would require, in fact, if you want to see one approach or two approaches to what you're talking about, I think you could combine principles of my tutorial I just did and principles of two other tutorials that come to mind. One was on an episode of VFX and Chill. Recently, we've done about 5 Loki episodes.
Prune him.
And one of them, it might have been our second Loki episode we did. Hashi and I did a challenge where we sent each other green screen plates of ourselves being pruned, pretending to be pruned, and then and then kind of did a bake off to see who came up with the more interesting or fun version of the effect. And we never chose a winner, but it was Hashi, because Hashi always wins.
Yeah, it's Hashi. The Hashi effect.
And he, but like both of us, I think both of our approaches are very easily like complementary with the stuff that I just showed off in here, as well as an amazing tutorial that Hashi did on Avengers, which was the one where they all disintegrated. That was Infinity War, not in-game. Yeah. He did an Infinity War. I believe he called it Infinity and Beyond or something. at one point there was a Toy Story on the thumbnail, and then we changed it to Avengers because it was confusing. Look up that tutorial. I'm sure Michael's putting it in the chat, but that was a fantastic tutorial. And he even made a template out of that tutorial that you could
the snap preset
stuff in. Yeah, and it looks awesome, and it's very, very similar to what I'm talking about here.
Very cool. All right, so let's see. Another question coming in here is, Seth, how comfortable are you working with a few old but trusted and regular customers instead of a huge number of brand new customers?
Interesting question. What do they mean by that?
I don't know. Are you more engaged with some of the old classic folks, and you like, oh, new folks, you figure it out, old folks welcome? Or
wow, what a great question. Yeah. Okay.
How are you feeling in that mix? Because the industry has changed a lot. Like you said, it's been much more democratized. You have people that you've probably known for several years, and some newcomers.
Okay, so I have two thoughts that may equal an answer to that question. One is, personally, as an artist, you feel a constant. As an artist, that's the most pretentious thing I could have said. You feel,
as an artiste.
As an artiste, as a auteur, you feel just a personal expectation, a personal responsibility to constantly be growing and getting better, right? To be learning new things and growing and advancing in your skills. That said, every day there's going to be someone who wakes up and says, "I want to learn After Effects," and needs that introductory tutorial on how to do that fundamental thing that I may have made a tutorial for, or one of us may have made a tutorial for 10 years ago, for a very old version of Cinema 4D or of After Effects, that could stand to be updated. And so I think the constant battle, I think for those of us who have maybe been doing this a little bit longer, is like, should we, do we spend the time, I think there's the fear of I'm going to keep making introductory tutorials the rest of my life. I may not grow, I may not grow. So I guess the question is, it's down to every different artist. Like me personally, we on VFX and Chill, we did an episode about the mirror shot from Contact a couple weeks ago, which is one of probably my favorite visual effects shot in history. And
is that the continual?
It's the one where it follows Jenna Malone down the hallway and then seamlessly pulls out of the mirror, and it's happened before you even realized it happened.
Oh yeah. Okay. You guys did that one?
Yeah, we did that 2 weeks ago, I think.
Okay.
We had Ryan Connolly on that episode. It was a lot of fun. Okay. And it's such a simple effect, such a deceptively simple and totally achievable effect. And it's my favorite kind of visual effect shot, where it's my favorite VFX shots are almost all two-dimensional. They don't require a 3D layer at all, pretty much at all. And they are really mostly done in the asset gathering and not in the actual blending of the assets in what I mean by that is it's about the creativity of what plates you get. So, yeah, I'm probably not making a lot of sense here, but that shot, it's about capturing 3 plates. One where you're, running with the actress, and, running backwards with a Steadicam, and then figuring out where is she supposed to reach forward if it's going to appear in the mirror, and then panning the camera, simulating that reflection happening when the mirror opens. And then the second plate, you put blue on the mirror, and you pull back and you time it just right to where the hand comes in and gets it. And there is I guess what I mean by that is the best visual effects shots are deceptively simple. They're almost entirely two-dimensional, and they require ingenuity from all departments involved. It's not we'll fix it in post mentality. It's the DP knows just as much about how this shot's going to be executed as the VFX soup does. And it's honestly, I believe that shot was made up to solve a problem, which was that the actor who plays her dad was not available on the day. I don't know the story behind it, but so they needed a way to show that event without ever seeing the dad. They needed a way to show it dramatically, and so that was made up, I believe, fairly last minute. And those are one of the best ideas.
That was an on the spot shot.
I don't know about I don't know how much on the spot it was, but everything I've read and heard is that like originally it was supposed to be like a bullet time type shot where like he was fainting in a frozen time and she walked around him and stuff. And this is so much better what they landed on. Dramatically, it's better. Visually, it's, cinematically, it's better and more interesting. Yeah. And that kind of stuff happens because you have a problem. The best things in movie history were solutions to problems.
Solve this problem. We don't know how to do this shot. Like, all right, come up with something.
Yeah.
And a bunch of creatives say, okay.
Oh, so my point there was like, I'm going to always probably live in the world of like, hey, have you never used After Effects? Come on, I'm still within reach. Like, come this way. I think that's where I'm always going to sit. And that possibly may make me feel behind on some folks who are super advanced. But I don't know. I kind of like living in this world because I'm a director and a writer and a visual effects artist and all these other thousands of things. Like, it keeps me right here where I feel like I'm within reach of all parties to be able to like still remain accessible. I don't know.
No, I mean, for me, it's always going to be the new person. I have relationships for decades now with my nerd fam, and that was one of the things, like I said, at Camp MoGraph, seeing people, and I was like, oh wow,
Red moms.
Yeah, I was with all the red moms, all the moms on red, of course. Mom shoot on red. So hanging out, and it was like I was there, and I was like, wow, I knew this person. Their child is 9 years old, and I knew them 2 years before they had their child. And I was like, oh wow. You can now shoot on red as a parent. You now have a child, so you can shoot on red. So, I'm saying that we have these long-standing relationships, and the work that these artists have done over the years has just always blown my mind. And of course, I've always invited them, their friends, invited on the show. We're talking off camera. It's just a community. But the thing is, I always remember that moment for me as an artist when I felt something was accessible for me that I once thought was just a whole different world away. And a lot of that
best feeling. It is the best.
Right?
It's when for me, it was like suddenly discovering camera tracking in AE. And like, I mean, we have those little moments every freaking day. Like I had it with this recent update in particular with the flocking predator prey interaction stuff that I showed off in here. It was like, there is so much potential that can suddenly happen here. I mean, honestly, like the big thing for me, like 10 years ago, was motion tracking. When I discovered you could do motion tracking, that's what made me want to learn After Effects. It was like, oh my God, there's all these things I can do with this. I love that feeling.
Yeah, that moment. It's like the door to the multiverse literally just opened up for you. It's the Neo moment or the Doctor Strange moment where it's like, wait, what? There's more here. It's not just Photoshop. And that for me was actually Andrew Kramer's bullet tutorial with cinema. I mean, he did that effect like almost, it seemed like 12 clicks, and then all of a sudden it was like, you have this matrix effect, and I was like, wait, there is no spoon?
Kramer did that to so many of us, man. He just like freaking just destroyed all of our worlds and broke it open and revealed the Matrix to all of us. 100%. I have that experience. I've had that experience. I've been working at Red Giant for almost 10 years soon, and maybe 9. I don't remember. We have those moments like, now, we're part of Maxon, and we've been have those moments like every day. Any like product demonstration, there's something in there that's like, what? We can do this now? This is amazing.
Yeah, no, it's that. So that feeling to me is like, yeah, the old relationships is hanging out with friends, but I remember like seeing that spark, especially seeing students or something, and then it's like, oh, here's this resource, and then you see that spark go off. Like, you mean I can create something? It's like, yes, you can create something.
Yes,
and it's like, yeah. So they feel blessed by that, and it's like, oh yeah, no, the tools, it does feel like a blessing. It's like what I can create and express. So that's an amazing thing. Someone is wondering, and this is taking us to our last questions, and that's where'd you get ET? How do you
ET.
Said ET.
So, yeah, that is a. Let me tell you exactly the brand because that's valuable information. So that is a prop replica. They made a limited run of them. The company was, in ECA. I don't know if that's like if
Yeah,
you're
toss it in the chat to me. I'll get it out to the.
Yeah, it's expensive. What I did was I moved. I bought a house, and then we saved up for a furniture budget, a budget for new furniture, and I snuck ET into there. Yeah, I snuck ET onto the budget, and my wife didn't notice until it arrived, and I opened it up. And there's ET. It's really cool. It was made from from a mold of. Sorry, the mold was created from an original stand-in ET from the production. So it's like authentic. It's really cool.
That is super cool. Well, thank you, Seth, so much for taking the time to be here to share the knowledge and keep it up. Everybody tune into VFX and Chill. We will, I'll share any other links and things like that, but our training team, I'm sure Simon and the rest of the training team will be tossing in all the other promo stuff so you guys can check that out. But you're going to want to stay tuned. You're not going to leave as soon as we go to the break. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with Saul, who's going to be showcasing Redshift RT. I think some people were interested in.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Time. So you're going to want to stay back and we'll be showcasing that. So we will see you right after this short break.
I said you heard me on
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at that very special time to showcase you something that a lot of people have been asking about. So if you haven't before, you're just getting here, it's a little bit late in the day, go ahead and jump over to 3dmotionshow.com and check out right below the little video player is a place called Sign Up, and we will notify you of all of our upcoming shows, as well as that will qualify you to win some of our amazing stuffs and prizes from some of our sponsors like Dell and Cydium. You'll see a long list if you click on that over $10,000 of prizes giveaway. But tonight, I guess tonight, depending on where you are, but this afternoon in LA, you are going to see one of the nice little previews of Redshift RT from Saul. So check out Redshift RT.
Hey everyone, my name is Saul. You guys might recognize me from the Redshift forums or the Redshift Facebook group, which I am a moderator of, or from my YouTube channel with quite a decent amount of tutorials for Redshift, and my Patreon, which is a little more dedicated to Houdini and Redshift workflows. I have been an active Redshift user for quite some time now, and I've been in close talks with the developers, and I ended up just kind of becoming a Redshift community management role, while also working on my own stuff for freelance and whatnot. And eventually this relationship kind of grew, and now I'm more of an official community manager through Maxon and Redshift. So I was actually asked to make a video covering Redshift RT. I've been fortunate enough to have actually been playing around with it for a couple weeks now, and so I think it'd be great for me to actually cover some of the basics, what works, what doesn't work, so that people kind of have an idea of what to do with Redshift RT and what to expect when they first start using it. So let's just get started. With the release of Redshift RT, there's just a whole new world of possibilities opening up. So I wanted to go over some of these new features, some of the limitations with the current beta, and how I personally believe you can best maximize the usage out of Redshift RT. So this is a relatively straightforward, simple scene. It's a car. I think it's about 1.2 million polys, not too heavy, and just a curved background and a couple lights. Now, the beta is missing some features, so I think if you're going to be using Redshift RT, you're best served by making brand new scenes and working with it from the start, just to avoid having any issues with older scenes which might have features that are currently unsupported. And I'll actually mention some of those features that are not supported as we go along in this little demo. So this is a perfect type of scene, I think, for Redshift RT. Product layout, lighting, shader look dev, ArchViz. These are the types of scenes, motion graphics especially, I think that will benefit the most from Redshift RT. And so I've got this render view open. You'll notice that we now have a new icon here, the Redshift RT button. And if we go to our render settings, you'll notice that we have a new tab section here called Rendering Engine. So this lets you switch from standard Redshift, which is now called Production, to RT mode. And you'll notice as I switch that certain options get highlighted or disabled. So RT mode disables the options that just don't make any sense for RT. They don't work with Redshift RT. And advanced mode currently does not do that also, but that's okay. All the options that we need for Redshift RT are actually available in basic mode. So progressive passes controls the quality of Redshift RT. I think 256, 128 is pretty good middle ground. If you need higher quality in Redshift RT, you increase this number. If you need faster iterations, you can reduce this number. And then we have our trace depth controls. And right now, I think the trace depth is capped at around 8. So it doesn't go as high as production mode, but for most purposes, this is more than enough. And so let's make a quick render with production mode. And actually, something else, if you look at the render view, you'll notice that when I switch between these, different icons appear and disappear. So production mode has features in the render view, like isolate selected, select material and object, bucket mode, freeze tessellation. These work in production mode, but are currently not supported in RT mode. So when you click RT, you'll notice that our icon list gets significantly smaller. And eventually, I'm sure as more features get supported, we'll get more of those icons back. But let's switch to production, and let's just do a quick render here. And so you'll see this is what our car looks like currently. There's, some noise. And this is standard production mode. Now, let's save a snapshot. And now let's switch over to RT mode. And let's start it also. And there it is. It's already pretty much done. That's how fast it is. And so if we save another snapshot, and let's just pause it, you'll see that they're very similar. Redshift production mode does capture a little bit of the details a bit better, but in terms of lighting, shading, and the general look, they're very, very close, which is awesome. This means that people will be able to work in RT or in production mode and swap back and forth as needed. So let's say you're working in RT, but maybe you need a little higher quality or something like that. You can always switch to production mode and render out your scene and know that you'll get very, very similar results as you did in RT, which is great. That means you can work in RT, and then if you need, you can commit to a final production render. Or maybe you won't need to do that and you could just render completely inside of RT. So really cool. And let's actually start experimenting with our scene. So in my opinion, Redshift RT truly shines for layout, lighting, and shading purposes. So for example, if I want to move our car around, let's just slide this around. You can easily see how we can rotate our object and just get a very quick iteration resolve of our render. So for layout, you'll be able to just slide this around and kind of get a good idea of what things are going to look like in seconds. And all this is happening on a single GPU. So Redshift RT currently does not support multiple GPUs. It uses the display GPU. So that's something to keep in mind, that it's only a single GPU for now, but they hope to make that work with multiple GPUs. And as you can see, transforming objects iterates very quickly. We can also adjust lights very easily. So if I crank up this light, say to 2, let's warm it up. You'll see how fast it updated. It works with ASIS and supports all the standard post effects. So we have bloom, photographic exposure, a LUT on, and it's all working. Let's adjust our dome light. Maybe we want to change the position. Something like that. And I actually have an area light. So let's bring that down, maybe somewhere right there. And most of the features on our lights are already supported, which is awesome. So area lights, distant lights, that's way too strong, and point lights, and even spotlights are all currently supported. And some of their options, so for example, the spotlight, we can adjust the cone, could adjust the fall off. You can see on the ground how it's being adjusted. Let's go back to area. And you can enable or disable the visibility. You can change the shape. So right now I was using a rectangle. You could switch over to a disc. You could use a sphere. That sphere is really big. Cylinder. But let's get back to rectangle. You can also adjust the spread. So if I reduce the spread on this, you'll see on the ground it changes. We could adjust the temperature, the intensity. Let's reduce the intensity, increase the exposure. We can use color. So maybe we want green or a yellow, purple. Cool. And I'm just going to disable it for now. And the camera resolves very quickly also. So let me switch over to camera 2 since that's what I'm rendering with currently. So rotate around, zoom in. And yeah, you'll see how interactive this really is. It's awesome. And let's move on over to shaders. And actually, let me change our distant light so it's a little cooler. And let's adjust our ground texture. So we already support most of the Redshift material. Pretty much everything in here is supported except for currently there is no subsurface single scattering or multiple scattering supported. Hopefully in the near future that will no longer be the case. But beyond that, we already support reflection, diffuse, sheen, refraction, and coating. And so let's plug in a texture into the diffuse slot. Now sometimes this might happen where it might get stuck, so you might need to reload. And now our texture is working. So keep that in mind. I hope that in the future, we'll have better dirty scene state checking. The standard texture options like color multiplier works. The scaling. The color spaces. And even OSL nodes work, which is awesome. So I have this kind of like a colorful noise pattern. So I'm going to plug that in. And you'll see that it just works. So OSL is supported. And a lot of the standard nodes that people use, like the color correction node, are also supported. User data is also supported. So really cool. Currently, one of my favorite nodes that is not supported though is the Maxon noise, unfortunately. So I'm hoping once that becomes available, we'll be able to make more interesting procedural shaders. The curvature node is supported. Emission. The standard Redshift noise is also supported. And as you can see, OSL. So there are OSL specific noise nodes that we could use. Let's actually rotate the car a little more. I want to focus on the back. So maybe something like that. And let's adjust the paint color. The Fresnel node is also supported. And just by easily swapping around, you can see how quick this is to iterate with, which is just awesome. So people will be able to quickly iterate their scenes and try out different materials, lighting setups, before committing or deciding to work with a certain look. And this lets you just quickly explore your scenes. Very cool. Nice. And yeah, let's do a comparison render actually. So we can see the difference now between production mode and Redshift RT. And actually something to keep in mind in terms of other features that are not supported. The proxies are not supported yet. Hair and fur is not supported yet. The Redshift particle primitive is not supported just yet either. And displacement, along with VDBs and volumetrics in general. So, and SSS, like I mentioned earlier. But for hard surface stuff, motion graphics type stuff, I think this is going to be just awesome already in its current state. And as more features expand, people will be able to use it for more and more things in different situations. So let's try this. This is kind of cool. And let's rotate our HDR. Try to get a different specular highlight going. It's maybe something like that. And let's reduce our intensity on the light. Okay, this looks cool. Maybe we could turn on our little area light we had earlier. And let's set this to temperature also. Make it a little warm. Let's hide it. So something like that. Neat. Let's let this render. And so since it's a progressive render, all you got to do is just kind of let it do its thing. And we'll save a snapshot. And let's pause. And let's now switch off RT mode and do a production render. and compare the two. And they should look very, very similar, which is just amazing. Something else that isn't supported is currently depth of field and motion blur. But those are being worked on, so hopefully soon we'll also get that. But even for just a beta, having the materials and lights, the general shader nodes that most people work with, and textures working, and this well, is just awesome. Very awesome. And so if I swap between the two, you'll see that there is a difference with some of the minor details. But in general, the look is very, very similar. And so I think that's one of the main benefits to Redshift RT that the Redshift community is really going to enjoy, is the fact that they'll be able to work in RT mode and then, if needed, swap over to production mode. And they might not even have to do that just because the quality is already pretty nice. And they'll be able to make creative decisions on the fly in RT before committing to a slower, higher quality render inside of production mode. So if your art director says, change this color, it's just right there. It's live. It's very fast. But yeah, that should cover some of the basics, some of the limitations, and the benefits to Redshift RT. And I think, this is just going to be awesome as this develops. Please leave any feedback in the Redshift forums during the beta. So if there's any bugs or issues, we can fix them. And thanks again, guys. Hope you enjoyed the demo. Have a great day.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are at the end of day 2, showcasing a lot of R25, and that was Saul with Redshift RT. So for those of you who have questions, and I know there's a lot of them, this is first time out of the gate, and there's going to be more. So Saul unfortunately couldn't join us after his presentation, but there are resources for you. So I have my team tossing in some of those resources to the forum to get some of those questions answered. But once again, this is the first run. We're going to be continually developing more and more around this and all the different tools that were actually announced. So one of the things that's super exciting, though, is working in RT, at least for me, is working in RT and then being able to switch over to production. That is a game changer. A lot of times you're going to have to redo stuff, but not in this case. So that's super awesome. Fam, this is it. This is the end of the show. This is the whole kit and caboodle. This is day 2. I want to thank you all for tuning in and joining us. Once again, if you guys have not signed up, go ahead and sign up on 3dmotionshow.com. And unfortunately, the news is we just pulled out of NAB. We were pulling out, but NAB itself is canceled. So what we're going to look to do is be putting together another one of these 3D motion shows just for you in October. We will have dates and all that. If you signed up, you'll be notified. So we'll see you then. Until then, you guys be good to each other, be kind to each other, keep learning, and I'll see you out there on the interwebs. Ciao.
I said you heard me on the stereo.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.